I call the members to order, and the first item on our agenda this afternoon is questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services, and the first question, David Melding. Thank you, Llywydd.
Secretary, make a statement on rheumatology services in South Wales Central.
Yes. Health boards in Wales are responsible for providing appropriate rheumatology services for their population. These services are provided in line with the Directive for Arthritis and Chronic Musculoskeletal Conditions, which is currently being refreshed.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. You will know that there's long been a call for specialist paediatric rheumatology services in the region, and indeed Wales is the only nation in the UK at the moment that doesn't have a specialist service for paediatric rheumatology. And you will also further know that WISC is meeting on the 27th of March to discuss this issue, and the very extensive calls there have been for some form of national centre that can cover most of Wales, perhaps based in Cardiff. I do hope you'll be able to convey to them the cross-party support this call has had in the Assembly, and that this call should be considered with, with real urgency by WISC when they meet later in this month.
Yes, I recognise the member's consistent interest in the issue, including the debate that he helped to lead in July of last year. I indicated at that time that I was aware that there was a review being undertaken by WISC as well as work on refreshing the directive. I said at the time that I will take proper account of what the WISC review highlights, and I'm happy to repeat that assurance again, but also that the work that is being undertaken on the directive is a genuine example of working the government, the health service and the third sector and the individual as well. So we'll be talking to service users about the directive, and there are a range of different work streams involving the third sector as well. So I hope that gives some reassurance that we are generally looking to both improve on where we are, to look at the evidence, but also to do so in a way that is generally co-productive with the individual citizen as well.
Julie Morgan.
Diolch. I support the David Melding's question, but I was also very concerned to hear from Arthritis Care that the only specialist paediatric rheumatoid arthritis specialist in Wales, who is my constituent Jeremy Camilleri, who works at the UHW, is actually due to retire within the next 2 years. I have actually met him to discuss this, and it will obviously be quite difficult to replace him, I think. So is the Cabinet Secretary aware of any plans to plan for his successor?
Yes, that's part of what the health boards need to undertake, and having a refreshed directive on the care they need to provide is part of that, to understand the care they need to provide, the workforce will be needed to do that. And I'm also aware of Mr Camilleri's pending retirement in the not too distant future. So there is some urgency about these matters. They can't be continually kicked down the road, but that's why the work that is ongoing is so important. And also it's important to involve individual people involved and engaged in the services, both staff and as citizens, to understand what an appropriate answer is for the future.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Early inflammatory arthritis clinics are one method of improving access to treatment for rheumatoid arthritis sufferers. What steps are you taking to facilitate the greater provision of these clinics?
Well, as I indicated, this is an area of service review that's being undertaken. So the WISC review will help us to understand, as well as the broader responsibilities of health boards that are indicated in the first part of my original answer to the question. So this is about understanding what we need, where responsibility lies, and then seeing that provision actually take place. So I'm confident that this is an issue that the health service is taking seriously and wants to come forward with a real and material plan for improvement, because I recognise, as do other members, this is an area for further improvement to be made.
Question 2, and
Question 2, Angela Burns.
Good afternoon, Cabinet Secretary. What is the Welsh Government doing to promote sepsis awareness across the health and social care sector?
For the question, tackling sepsis remains a top patient safety priority in Wales, with work continuing through the 1,000 Lives Improvement Programme that I know the member will be aware of. That is to raise awareness and ensure early detection and treatment of patients with sepsis. This work includes peer review, as well as improving practice outside of acute hospital settings.
Cabinet Secretary, you'll know that in my role as chair of the cross-party group on sepsis, that I wrote to every single GP practice in Wales and had a very disappointing only 11 responses asking them what they knew about sepsis prevention and what tools they had. I've subsequently followed that up with letters to every social care head in Wales. Great response, over 60% of them have responded so far. And they were far more informative, and they were talking about the fact that actually within the social care sector, there's perhaps less awareness of it and they don't have any specific tools. And I do appreciate the fact that your colleague, Hugh Rankin-Davies, has offered to speak at the next cross-party group on sepsis. But I wondered if you could tell us how the government might be able to ensure that sepsis training is carried out throughout the whole of our NHS provision to make sure that everybody, from allied healthcare professionals all the way up to the top consultant, really understand what sepsis is and what we can do to prevent it.
Well, greater awareness amongst our clinical staff is one of our priorities to detect symptoms and then to act appropriately. And that is work on the new system, the early warning score system, the first country to introduce it in 2012. That's helped us to improve on our record on sepsis. The outcomes that we then deliver, there's been a significant fall in deaths in Wales in sepsis in the last 5 or 6 years, but actually there's still more to go. I think in the last year that I saw figures for, there are about 1,600 deaths from sepsis, whereas I think 5 or 6 years previously it was over 2,100. So there's been a fall. There's still a significant number of people who are losing their lives through sepsis. I don't think we'd be able to stop every one of those deaths, but we still think there's a significant further improvement to be made. And I recognise your point about local healthcare and about staff outside of a hospital setting. That is one of our focuses. So the awareness raising we're actually doing jointly with the Sepsis Trust is largely based at raising awareness in local healthcare settings, both for people who attend, but in particular for the variety of staff who will go through those local healthcare settings. So I recognise the seriousness with which you address the work and the cross-party group, and I expect we'll continue to talk about it in this chamber as well as in the cross-party group until we continue to see a further and sustained improvement again in both sepsis awareness and outcomes for individual citizens.
Rhina Piorwerth.
No, sgynnu ddim cwestiwn.
I have no question.
Cwestiynau nawr gan...
Questions now from the party spokespeople. Welsh Conservative spokesperson Angela Burns.
Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, Storm Emma passed through our area nearly a couple of weeks ago now it is, and I'd like to use this opportunity to put on record my, and I'm sure the thanks of every Assembly member to the NHS staff who were so brilliant at getting in very difficult conditions, who were prepared to stay and work a lot of extra hours to make up for colleagues who couldn't come in. And, you know, we owe them an enormous debt of gratitude because it was pretty tough. And I know that for 3 days, I couldn't get out of my house. And yet there were people who were staffing our local hospitals. And I also know, Cabinet Secretary, that you're aware that there was a lot of speculation in the press from staff who'd said that when they had stayed over in order to help us through this difficult time, they had been charged for accommodation. Can you reassure us? Because I think you were quite robust in saying, and I don't believe I'm putting words in your mouth, but I think you were saying that that shouldn't happen. Could you reassure us that, in fact, any staff who did go out of their way to help us haven't incurred extra costs and that we are able to defray any costs that people did incur in any way whatsoever and that health boards haven't charged people?
Yes, and again, I welcome the recognition that you start off with about our National Health Service staff, other emergency service workers, local government workers, the third sector, and citizen volunteers who made sure that the work continued. The range of stories of people who helped health service workers get in to do their job is really uplifting. On your specific point, I'm happy to give the reassurance sought. At the time, I indicated that this is not what I would expect should happen. Every health board came out robustly and indicated that they have systems in place both to make sure that accommodation is provided for free for staff who would come in these circumstances above and beyond what would normally be expected, and that any staff who had made their own arrangements, either because arrangements weren't available or indeed if a mistake had been made, then they should be able to have those costs refunded by their health board. And again, I've also had a conversation with the Royal College of Nursing about the matter as well. And if they reveal any additional issues that I'm not aware of, then I'll happily look at them and see them addressed.
Thank you. I'm really grateful to you for that answer, and I'm quite sure that NHS staff across Wales will be as well. I'd like to address my second two questions to the issue of mental health. And I was delighted that the Welsh Government supported the Welsh Conservatives' debate on mental health of a few weeks ago. You did make a couple of comments during that debate that I would just like to pick up on. And one of them was that I was saying that spotting signs of mental ill health is incredibly important, both in the workplace, in schools, in wherever it might be, and that all of us have a role to play in actually being able to get alongside somebody to spot the fact that they may be going into some kind of crisis, and then for there to be a direction of travel for us to be able to access support services for that individual. And you said that you would consider going, you felt that there were some plans afoot on that. And I just wondered if you could perhaps tell us a little bit more now about what the government's doing to ensure that the tools and resources are available to all of us to help us understand what mental health is, what the signs are, and where we might go to help in order to help another person.
Oh yes, this is about making our services as accessible as possible. I'm sure within this building you'll have seen a range of the posters in a variety of locations highlighting that sometimes all you need to do is listen to someone who wants to talk. Part of the challenge is that not everyone wants to talk and everyone recognises the challenge that they themselves have. The more that people do talk and are open, it helps others then to be able to do so as well. There is then the point that you're making, which is about how, if you think someone is struggling, how you can actually either get alongside that person to help them. And there are sometimes relationships that exist that allow you to do that, and equally people that you're close to who, even if you think there's a challenge, may not react well to somebody saying, can I help? Part of our challenge is we recognise that within workplace and placing a high value on mental health and more broader support. That's why mental health is one of the cross-government themes within our Prosperity for All programme. And it's also we have a particular focus within that on mental health in workplaces. So the Healthy Working Wales programme that covers about 1/3 of employees in the country already, that looks at physical and mental health in the workplace as well, and tools to help equip employers to better support their employees. We're looking to improve and increase it. That's why it's part of the economic contract as well. So we're looking to have employers who are going to have support from the government to have a business here, to want us to be good employers in all aspects, including looking after their workers' physical and mental health in their workplace.
I'm delighted to hear that, because I do think that there's still so much stigma attached to the whole area of mental health, and about how we recognise it, how we pick it up, how we help people who might be going into crisis to be able to access, the support that they need. And I've spent a couple of hours this morning in Pontardawe looking at the Haval's new facility, which I know you've been there because you opened it. Yeah, and it's a great facility. And my goodness me, isn't it how mental health services should be provided? Great, an old building that's had a whole new lease of life, hasn't had millions and millions and millions spent on it, but it's funky, it's modern, it feels like a hotel. You're treated as a guest, not a patient or a leper, which can sometimes come across in some of our old ways of dealing with people with mental health issues. They have 16 beds there, but only 4 are taken up. And that's the most maximum occupancy they've had since they've been open, because there is still this reluctance from health services to engage with this kind of provision. It's a great step up, and if anybody wants to go and visit it, I really recommend it, because it enables people to understand how they can live a life independent and be well, and stops that awful revolving door scenario. What do you think you, as the Cabinet Secretary, can do to ensure that a facility like that doesn't actually wither on the vine, but is used really well? Because it really is a foreshadow of what mental health services should be, that parity, that equality, and that absolute respect.
Yeah, and I recognise what you said at the start of your third question about stigma. There's still an unfinished journey in tackling stigma, both the way people see themselves and mental health, as well as the way other people see mental health challenges as well, and recognise how we normalise the conversation about mental health in exactly the same way we do about physical health challenges. I remember and recognise the Getling Neath opening. It was a very enjoyable day with an enormous cake, I seem to recall. And I actually went through some of the rooms that they were looking to open, and there was a conversation there about making sure that commissioners, health service commissioners and others were aware of the spaces they had. And I looking at the layout, it does look like somewhere you would choose to stay, as opposed to somewhere where people are hidden away. And that's a really important part about the feel of the place when you go in. And this really is all about recovery, and that's the point they refer to it as a Gethley Needs Recovery Centre, because they want to look about how people are helped in that journey as well. And it is a journey. There isn't a simple point at which you say a specified period of time will resolve all ills. We recognise that isn't the case. So there's something about how we continue to look at what people commission, about the help and support that is there, and in making sure that if there is a challenge in that work not being commissioned, that we bring people together in exactly the same way we have done with other facilities as well. We bring commissioners together to look at the services that already are there, to make sure they're properly aware of it, and to think about how they are otherwise meeting the needs of their population, because that is the point. How does the Health Board, together with their duties with local authorities, plan together to understand people's needs and then do something to meet the needs that they identify?
UKIP spokesperson Caroline Jones.
Cabinet Secretary, according to Cancer Research UK's position paper on the diagnostic workforce in Wales, shortages in the diagnostic workforce are in part responsible for Wales failing to achieve waiting time targets for cancer patients since 2008. Do you agree with this analysis, Cabinet Secretary, and do you have any plans to address shortages in the diagnostic workforce in the short term?
There are, thank you for the question. There are a couple of points that I'd mentioned. I recognise that, of course, the diagnostic workforce are hugely important, not just to cancer, but a range of other services, and making sure that people are appropriately diagnosed and put on the road to either the certainty that they don't have the potential condition, or indeed have the opportunity to start treatment at an appropriate point in time. So there's no avoiding the diagnostic workforce, and they're important to be able to achieve real and meaningful targets. I would again just point out that if we had the English target for 85 and 62 days, then we would almost certainly achieve that on a regular basis. I'm actually looking, as I've indicated in this place and in other places as well, to look again at the current targets we have on cancers, and to look in particular at whether some weights are not revealed by our current waiting times targets. If we are to move to a single cancer pathway, as I wish us to do so, that will require further investment in the diagnostic workforce, not just for cancer, but to make sure that other services are not compromised by an additional focus on delivering a single cancer pathway. So these matters are in my mind, and I expect to have more to say towards the end of this year.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. Staying with the Cancer Research UK report, they highlight the patchy information available on the diagnostic workforce, which is making it difficult for local health boards to make well-informed decisions about workforce planning. We know that there is a 13% vacancy rate in diagnostic radiotherapy and have now information about shortages in endoscopy. In December, there were over 2,000 patients waiting more than 14 weeks for endoscopy and a handful waiting more than 40 weeks. Cancer Research UK predict a 40% increase in demand for endoscopy in 2 years' time. What is the Welsh Government doing to improve workforce planning for diagnostic staff, and how do you plan to cut waiting times for endoscopy services in the interim?
There are a couple of different points there. The first is that, of course, we have invested more than ever before in the future education and training of the non-medical workforce, £107 million that I announced, and at a time of falling public resource, to continue to invest even more in the workforce and their future training is a significant choice to make. There is something about understanding not just about the numbers of the workforce we need, but how we wish them to work and a more effective way of working. And the staff themselves are involved in redesigning the ways of delivering care, as well as, of course, the equipment they will need and the numbers and type of staff that we will need together as well. In terms of the information on the workforce point that you mentioned, well, health boards themselves, as the employers, I would expect them to have the information. There's a challenge about them understanding their own information systems, to understand the workforce they currently have, as well as looking to plan for the future workforce. But the introduction of Health Education Improvement Wales has been deliberately designed to help improve workforce planning in a more integrated way, and to have a national view on those areas where we need to invest in more staff.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. One of the recommendations of the Cancer Research UK report is to explore the use of artificial intelligence for diagnostic tests. In January, the Reform Group published a report on AI in the NHS, which highlights the potential for AI to narrow gaps in health provision. Whilst the Reform report focuses on NHS England, there are lessons for us here in Wales. In addition, last week, Microsoft announced a new platform for helping healthcare providers harness the power of AI and the cloud. Cabinet Secretary, have you or your officials considered the Reform report, and are you looking at utilising artificial intelligence to assist clinicians in NHS Wales?
There are two brief points I'd make, Chloe. The first is that even without Lee Waters in the room, I recognise that artificial intelligence is absolutely part of the future's part of today, and will become more and more a planned part of the way in which we deliver health and care services. It should help us in assisting clinicians to make choices. It should make our pathways more efficient for the citizen as well. I think it has real potential to save resources to be reinvested within the service. So there's no doubt about artificial intelligence having a larger part to play in the future of health and social care. The second point I'd make is that we are already looking at partnerships with technology firms, from a small basis to a larger basis. In the last few months, I've announced a significant partnership with Intel, who are looking to invest and have a partnership with Wales because of the way in which we've designed our system. It's an attractive place for technology businesses to want to work with the healthcare sector. I'm sure that my officials have looked at the report you referred to in England. I won't pretend that I've read it, but I am very clear about the future role of partnerships with technology firms and the National Health Service that don't compromise our values but should help us deliver a better service now and in the future.
Cyfarwydd Plaid Cymru, Rhyn.
Plaid Cymru spokesperson Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Thank you, Llywydd.
By correcting some comments made yesterday by the leader of the Conservatives, who claimed the ambulance waiting times in Wales were improving. In fact, the median response times to red calls are worse this winter than last winter. Fewer are arriving within the target 8 minutes. When it comes to amber calls, almost half are now taking longer than 30 minutes to arrive, almost twice as bad as last winter. And our excellent paramedics tell me they're really losing heart. Why are ambulances taking longer to arrive now in emergency and in urgent amber call cases than in previous years?
Well, the system was one that we introduced about 2 years ago. And when you look at where we were from the start of the new response model to where we are now, there's been a really significant improvement over that time. Comparing this winter to last winter, there has been a fall in performance of a couple of percentage points, but we're still meeting our targets. The challenge, though, is how do we understand, from a system point of view, the pressures we have had this winter, how much of that is genuinely exceptional? And on some days, as you'll be aware, we've had pressure that I generally do not think that any service could have planned for. But there is a broader point about the increasing demand we expect to see delivered in our system, and it's our ability to cope with that. And it's not just about the ambulances, it is a whole system response. So it is about continuing to improve on delayed transfers to make sure that people move through the hospital system. It is about continuing to improve on the work that is already being done to try and make sure that we don't unnecessarily go into hospital as well. I recognise too that there is a long tail on amber calls. That is not something that the government is looking at and saying that isn't a problem. There's work already being done by the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee, together with the ambulance services and health boards, to look at that and to look at what further we'll need to do. And there'll be choices for the health service to make and potential choices for the government to help the whole service to improve.
I agree entirely that we need a whole service approach. I'm saying that the whole system is broken. And it's the ambulances and paramedics and call centre staff that are having to bear the brunt. And you say you're meeting targets. There are no targets for amber calls, and that's a part of the problem. Behind the statistics, though, we must remember are some truly shocking stories. Let me recount two recent, very distressing cases. I'm told both on Anglesey, both the same day. And I can't imagine the distress caused to paramedics dealing with these cases. Or let alone to those people's families. First, chest pains, red call at Shorley. An ambulance turns up after an hour and 5 minutes. The patient has died. Suspected stroke, amber call. An ambulance arrives 10.5 hours later. The patient again was dead. Same day. let me focus on that second case. It may be the case that whether an ambulance turns up to a suspected stroke patient in 8 minutes or 10 minutes doesn't make a difference to the outcome. But surely you agree that waiting hours for such a potentially serious condition to be addressed is unacceptable. Do you accept that removal of any time target for amber calls has forced under pressure ambulance staff to treat those calls as less of a priority and patients therefore have been put at risk?
Well, I have to say I'm incredibly disappointed with the remarks made at the start, claiming the whole system is broken. That simply is not true, and you should be embarrassed to say such a thing. I don't hide the challenges that exist.
You should be embarrassed.
I don't hide the challenges for our staff or citizens. To use such deliberately inflammatory language about our healthcare system, I think really does not reflect well on you, Rena Dornoth. I don't hide from the individual challenges, and these are the points you make. I obviously can't comment on what happened in individual cases. But I'll remind you again about the reason and the rationale for introducing the clinical response model. Not simply clinical opinion, but the evidence about how we run our ambulance system and whether or not we're getting the right help to people in the most urgent and life-threatening cases. And the previous system, there was lots of evidence accepted by people across this chamber and outside, did not serve the interests of the patient well. We had a number of categories for an 8-minute response that simply did not make sense. We reviewed the evidence and it showed that, no surprise, that a 40-year-old system was out of date. We then had clinical evidence and advice on an improved system to prioritise people in the greatest need. That was supported by frontline paramedic staff. It was supported by leadership within the ambulance service and the wider health service. That's the model we've implemented. We have also, though, had an independent review of the new system, and that review is looking at the categorisation of calls. So rather than politicians argue with each other which particular condition should be in which particular category, we're again looking at a proper evaluation and a proper basis upon which to make that choice. And that must be the right way to proceed. Not to have a campaign-led approach to which condition should be in which category, to have proper evidence and clinical advice on what to do, and then to do the right thing, by staff within the system and by the people of Wales we are supposed to be here to serve.
How dare you say that I should be embarrassed?
You should be embarrassed.
How dare you say that I should be embarrassed for suggesting that your system is broken? It is NHS staff on the front line, be it in ambulances or in accident and emergency units, who are telling me that the system is broken. You're in charge of the system, and we want a better system for the patients that deserve that, frankly, here in Wales. It's deeply upsetting for ambulance staff, whether in control centres or paramedics, on the road to witness and deal with cases where they wanted to and could have made a difference, but they were unable to because they were parked, because of the system, outside hospitals. It's perhaps no surprise that ambulance staff have the highest rates of staff sickness out of all NHS staff. I want that to change. And one factor we have to be doing, one thing we have to be doing here is involving the staff much more in debates about the future of our service. It's the staff on the front line who themselves know how the service can be improved. So will you give an undertaking to engage much more, with staff on the front line? Maybe you don't care. I do.
I do care, Reen, and they are.
And listen to their demands. Both paramedics on the road and control room staff, they need to be engaged with. They've got ideas. They're the ones on the front line. They deserve to be listened to.
Well, I make no apology for saying the NHS is not broken. I make no apology for being offended by the way you have approached this issue. I have met paramedics through the worst of times. When I was appointed as a Deputy Minister for Health at the time, and meeting paramedics at that time, they were angry and they were despondent. They wanted a system to change. They recognised they were in a mad rush to meet a target they did not believe, and they did not believe served the patient well or them as members of staff well. They were directly engaged in helping to change that system. We listened to what paramedics were saying to us at the time, and we continue to listen. I have spent a large amount of my time in this office in going out and directly listening to staff in their workplaces. I was with paramedics last week within North Wales. I was listening to them about the work they're doing to improve our healthcare system, the work on a trial being run in North Wales that I think is likely to be rolled out across the rest of the country, using advanced paramedics to improve out-of-hospital care to avoid unnecessary admissions. And we will continue to listen to our staff. We will continue to see them engaged, as they already are, as individuals in their workplaces, within their trade unions and their representatives, because this is a system that is looking to improve and to learn. And I think that if you spend more time with representatives in our system, the improvements that have taken place within these last 2 years, to look at the further improvements we are planning and trialling, I think you might take a slightly different perspective.
Jenny Rathbone.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on progress in developing the Birdsong pilots of neighbourhood nursing care in Wales?
Yes, the Aneurin, Bevan, Cwm Taff and Powys Health Boards, which cover a variety of urban, valley and rural areas of Wales, are looking to trial these style pilots. They've been commissioned to pilot prototype neighbourhood district nursing teams building on the Birdsong model. They're currently working on their plans for these pilots with the aim to start them early in the new financial year.
The Birdsong model of self-determinating small teams in charge of a group of citizens who need social care seems to me a really interesting way of improving, reshaping services to better meet people's needs. And I'm particularly interested in the way in which around 900 teams in the Netherlands, which is obviously where this system has started, are now supported by no more than 50 administrators and 20 trainers. And meanwhile, they spend at least 60% of their time in direct contact with the people they're looking after. So it's obviously of great interest to people as to how we move forward in light of the parliamentary review. Could you tell us what attention is being paid to how the trials that have been progressing elsewhere in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, how much information you're getting from how well they're working there? How quickly do you think the results of the Welsh pilots can be disseminated across the rest of the NHS in Wales? And would you agree that the Birdsong model is exactly the sort of bold new models of seamless care that are highlighted in the parliamentary review, and therefore something we should take great interest in?
Oh yes, we're obviously interested in the Birdsong model and application of that here in Wales. Officials are looking at work in Scotland, where they're looking to implement. They're at a very early stage. In London, they're slightly more advanced, with some pilots being up and running. And I do think that these are things that are consistent with the view set out in the Parliamentary Review about new models of neighbourhood care, really local health care. The timescale for the pilots we've set out is to look to do this over 2 years, to have some useful evidence in a variety of settings for some whole system learning, and then I hope that if there are models that we should implement, then there's a challenge for the system to be able to deliver that on a rapid basis. But officials have also met with Public World and Birdsong in Britain and Ireland, who are supporting the pilots in Scotland and England. So we have the best opportunity to learn what's taking place there, as well as the work that is yet to start in Northern Ireland.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, we're very interested in this model as well here in the Welsh Conservatives, and I hope that you'll be able to update us on the work of the pilots over these next 2 years. It's only one model, of course. You'll be aware of one model of particular interest to me, and that's the Neath Primary Care Hub one, which was supported by Welsh Government pace setter money in 2016, and which had the thumbs up from GPs, including the Royal College, as well as patients. I'm just wondering if you can give us some sort of indication what happens to the evaluations of these various trials, and confirm whether the Integrated Care Fund can be used to move a successful pilot into a sustainable fixture, or is it a bit more of a case that all partners need to chip into an investment pot in order to make those pilots into something that lasts a bit longer? Successful ones.
Oh yes, I will of course be happy to update members as we make more progress on the Birdsong style pilots. that the question started off with. In terms of the broader learning from the Neath Pace Setter, I've had a very interesting visit there with both David Rees and with Jerry Miles as constituency representatives, and looking at the variety of the work they have in the hub that supports GPs themselves, but also the very positive story that GPs have to tell about telephone triage, providing better access to their patients, they believe, the challenge of staff getting used to it and patients as well, but also they believe it's made the job of the general practitioner a better job to do, but also they have faster access to different healthcare staff in the hub as well. So there is lots of learning. It's not just a matter for ICF, actually. It's also a matter for clusters to look at as well. And of all the different pace setters around the country we've invested in, our challenge now is in understanding and evaluating the progress they've made, and then how we roll that out in an improved model of local healthcare across the country, because much of this could take place in a number of different communities around the country. And it is pace that is the challenge, and that is about the buy-in from cluster leadership and individual clusters and the variety of people within those local healthcare clusters that will be really important in being able to do so.
Question 4,
Question 4, Caroline Jones.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on drug and alcohol rehabilitation services in Wales?
Thank you. We invest almost £50 million a year in our substance misuse agenda, with the actions that we're taking highlighted in our latest substance misuse delivery plan. This includes supporting drug and alcohol rehabilitation services. These services are, of course, commissioned regionally by area planning boards based on an assessment of local need.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Drug abuse is a massive issue in our prisons, the primary reason why prisoners offend in the first place and a reason why many re-offend. Despite efforts by prison staff who work extremely hard to provide mandatory drug testing and help prisoners come off drugs, this work is sometimes undone because upon release, prisoners are often abandoned at the prison gates with no housing or ongoing support. Cabinet Secretary, what is the Welsh Government doing to support the rehabilitation of drug addicts in the criminal justice system in order to combat reoffending rates?
I've had a meeting today which part of this issue was covered about the adequacy of NHS healthcare within the prison system. Of course, part we don't have oversight for because it's the nature of it being a private prison. That goes through, actually, the oversight there comes from Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons. There's a challenge here also about recognising that once prisoners are released, about the relationship with the probation service. And I really do regret the changes that have been made by the United Kingdom government to the probation service. I think it is a less robust service. It is less able to properly support people on their release from a custodial sentence, and I think they're more likely to re-offend and find themselves in a vulnerable position as a result. But there is a regular amount of work that looks at healthcare within prisons, of which, of course, substance misuse is an important part, and I expect to have a further update from the joint work being done by HIW and Her Majesty's Inspectorate on the adequacy of the service being provided.
John Griffiths.
Yes, Cabinet Secretary, I wonder if you would join me in applauding the work of Kaleidoscope and Gwent Drug and Alcohol Service in providing a wide range of activities for those in recovery from their drug and alcohol problems, so that they can develop new interests, find more useful ways of occupying their time in aiding that recovery process, and in particular recognise new initiatives such as this Saturday, when I'll be joining Kaleidoscope staff and service users at Newport Park Run, where they're developing a collaboration to offer further opportunities for those in recovery to develop new interests and find useful purposes in life.
Yes, I visited the Kaleidoscope service and I recognise the commitment of staff there. And again, the point that, going back to some of the other issues that we discussed, then recovery is not a simple one-step journey. It will be different for different people. And I recognise the park run. I won't be joining you. I'll make that clear on Saturday. But there are a variety of different means to aid that recovery, different interests, different distractions, but also the importance of taking care of your physical health in that recovery journey. So I recognise the work. They're a valued partner, commissioned by the Area Planning Board to deliver those services, and they're a good model for what a successful service looks like.
Mark Isherwood.
During the 21st November Welsh Government debate on tackling substance misuse, I noted that despite the All Wales substance misuse framework for residential rehabilitation, large numbers of people from Wales proportionately were still being referred to providers in England that weren't on the framework. I've since received concerns from the sector saying that the pathway to residential rehabilitation in Wales is fractured. There's a postcode lottery in access to residential rehabilitation in Wales, and residential services are not commissioned in the true sense but spot purchased. How, therefore, are you delivering or going to deliver on the Welsh Conservative amendment that was passed in that debate unanimously, including support from your own party, calling on the Welsh Government to increase capacity in Tier 4 inpatient detoxification and residential rehabilitation services, recognising that this is not an alternative to recovery-focused services within the community?
Well, it would be helpful if the member could write to me with the detail that he's provided, and I'll happily look at it, because I do expect area planning boards to properly commission services and make sure that the need that we do have is properly met, and wherever possible met within the most local setting. There may be times where specialist services are required outside of Wales, but I would expect our services that we commission and that we provide funding for are properly used to their fullest extent.
Question 5, Jane Bryan.
Question 5, Jane Bryan.
Will the Minister make a statement on the transfer of NHS patients to the most appropriate care setting?
Yes, effective collaboration between our NHS, local authorities and their partners is critical to achieving the transition of patients to settings which best meet their own ongoing care needs. The Welsh Government has issued guidance on managing that important process, and recent trends suggest it is having a positive effect.
Thank you, Minister. I recently visited a small independent care home in my constituency, and the owner left me in no doubt about the importance of cooperation between local governments, local health boards and others to ensure all patients receive the care that they need. He also highlighted how the process of transferring a patient to a different care setting can impact on the patient and their families, causing additional stress at what is already a worrying time. The Integrated Care Fund encourages partnership working between those supporting people due to be discharged from care and people at risk of unnecessary admission to hospital or residential care homes. And with the former Minister Rebecca Evans, I visited a great example in my own constituency in Malpas, the Parklands. Can the Minister set out how we can utilise the fund creatively to ensure patients are in the most appropriate care setting for their needs?
Yes, indeed, it's a critical point. In some ways, the Intermediate Care Fund and the use of it to enable effective, not only discharge, but to ease that transition to the right care setting for the individual, whether that's in their home with the wraparound care that they need to support independent living, or actually to a care home itself, and again with the appropriate support as well, is critical. The ICF Fund has done so much in this, not only in the Gwent area, but also where it's enabled teams that I visited in Ysbyty Maela, in Caerphilly, in the Vale of Glamorgan and elsewhere, who actually use the ICF funding and the flexibility it gives to ease that transition and to make the right choices. And it is, of course, fundamentally focused on collaborative working, not only between the local authority and our NHS, but also third sector partners on the ground, those people who really can react to the needs of the individual. So within the Gwent area itself, we have, for example, within the £60 million overall envelope of the ICF this year, £9 million is allocated within the Gwent region. Taking Wales forward, of course, commits to retain this fund, because we can see in some ways this pressages where we should be going with health and social care, and in terms of the parliamentary review the Cabinet Secretary referred to, collaborative working, making the money go further, but delivering better outcomes. And we're seeing this more and more now right across Wales.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary, figure of the last year show that patients delayed on acute and community rehabilitation and other wards face shorter delays in accessing the next stage of care than those delayed on mental health wards. Indeed, almost 80% of patients delayed over 26 weeks are on mental health wards. What is the Welsh Government doing to tackle the problems of delayed transfer of care for mental health patients in Wales, please?
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. Delayed transfers of care are at the centre of this, managing this transition effectively. And, of course, the right care that I was referring to earlier includes the right mental health care as well and treatment in the right setting as well. I mean, the good news is this is not flicking a switch and we've suddenly removed delayed transfers of cares overnight to the appropriate setting. But the work that we have been doing has been having real progress. So I can tell the member in response to his question, total number of delayed transfers last year in 2017 was 750. That's 750 too many, but it's 13% lower than it was the previous year. And it's the lowest full year recorded in the 12 years that delayed transfers of care statistics have been collected. The All Wales total of delayed transfers of care in the January 2018 census was 442. Now, we acknowledge that this was slightly up. It was 4% up in comparison with December of the previous year, but it was still, despite those massive pressures we've had this year, it was the third lowest January in the 12 years we've collected data. So we're clearly doing something right. But if the member is happy, I think I'll write to him in some detail and specifically what we're doing on mental health as well, to clarify as part of that approach where we're dealing with making sure it's the right translation for those who also have mental health needs as well.
Question 6, Russell George.
Question 6, Russell George.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on ambulance response times in Powys?
In January, 68.3% of red calls in Powys received a response within 8 minutes. The Welsh Ambulance Service Trust continues to work with the Health Board, voluntary sector, fire and rescue service partners to improve responsiveness in rural areas like Powys, where it can be more difficult to predict the focus of demand.
Cabinet Secretary, thank you for your answer. I have to say, since November, I have received a significant increase in concerns reporting worrying delays in the time it takes for an ambulance to arrive following a 999 call. And it seems by the questions being put to you over the last couple of days that that's increasing as well in terms of members. Now, I have to say, there's one incident of a constituent who fell over on the street in Newtown and waited an hour and a half on a cold pavement for the ambulance to arrive. In that time, the constituent's situation seriously deteriorated. Now, I have to say, I wrote to the Ambulance Trust, and what they said to me was that this was unacceptable. But they also said it's an unfortunate and unavoidable. And they went on to say to me that of the 9 emergency vehicles available in the Powys locality, 7 were waiting outside hospitals to transfer patients to the care of hospital staff. Now, this does seem to be an issue that specifically revolves around Wrexham Myler, unfortunately, as well. I have to say, this weekend I had a further issue raised with the office of a Welshpool resident waiting 7 hours for an ambulance to arrive. I'm not expecting you to comment on these specific examples, but these are very distressing, of course, for the patient, distressing for those waiting with the patient, and very frustrating for the ambulance and paramedic staff who do a great job in supporting when they arrive there as well. Can I ask you, I would be grateful if you could provide me with details about what you are doing to prevent the handover times at hospitals causing these delays. And I'm sure you will agree that these incidents are unacceptable and these incidents are unfortunately increasing.
Yes, I recognise the picture you're painting and the fact that through this winter we have had more people wait too long to receive a service. And I don't try to claim that that is acceptable at all. There's a challenge to understand what we need to do across our system to improve that, and indeed including choices about capacity or not. But you highlight one of our challenges, which is lost hours and handover challenges in particular. The guidance that's been given out in emergency departments actually looks to make sure that people are swiftly handed over from the ambulance into the emergency department. And there are challenges in different units around Wales about the ability to do so as rapidly as we see, for example, in Cwmtaff, which has always been the, well, certainly in the last few winters, has been the exemplar of rapid handovers and managing the risk within an emergency department rather than having an unmanaged risk within the community if ambulances are held up. And I recognise the distress for individual citizens and their families, and also the frustration for staff. So there is a programme of work going on within Wales about that. The emergency department lead, Joe Mower, or the clinical director for unscheduled care, Joe Mower, who is a consultant from the Heath. She is looking to have that conversation with colleagues around the country about improving practice But of course, we now highlight the lost hours that are provided. It wasn't something that was initially put into the public domain. It is regularly as a result of the new system we've introduced. But your concern about Powys isn't a particular issue about Wrexham Myler. So I have to say that the bulk of handover delays affecting Powys patients in the last 2 months are actually at the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital. There is a challenge in both Wrexham and Brongleis to be addressed, but the largest part of the challenge affecting your constituents is actually Shrewsbury.
Question 7, Simon Thomas. Thank you, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on dental services in Mid and West Wales?
Thank you. Access to NHS dental care has improved significantly in recent years, although the difficulties do remain in some areas. Health boards have budgets and responsibility for the provision of dental services and are working to address gaps in service provision through their operational plans.
Well, let's go into the Cabinet.
Well, Cabinet Secretary, you say that things have improved over the past few years, but certainly over the past year, from what I have seen from the constituents approaching me, there has been decline, and that decline is getting worse. So there is no NHS dentist now in Aberystwyth. There is no chance for a new patient to register with a dentist in the largest town in Mid Wales. There is a waiting list of 3 years for orthodontic services in Hywel Dda, and I've raised this over the past 2 years, and there's been no improvement in that area. And I have a patient who's a constituent of mine in the Betty Cadwaladr area who is still waiting for crucial implants because the dental consultant who was brought in temporarily to Betty Cadwaladr has now returned to Birmingham without having dealt with a patient who's been waiting over a year. The dental situation is deteriorating. What specific steps are you going to take, particularly in Betty Cadwaladr, which you're directly responsible for, but also at Hywel Dda, to ensure that these services not only cease to decline, but start to improve?
Over the last decade, we've actually seen 45,000 more NHS patients receiving NHS dental care in Hywel Dda. Our challenge is our ability to keep up with the pace of demand, and I do recognise there are real challenges, in particular about orthodontics. I know you've written to me on several occasions, and I recognise that some people are waiting longer than they should, but also we need to examine what's actually taking place within the waiting list and when people are being referred, whether the appropriate referral is being made at the time. That's part of the need to look at the service. But positively, I have spoken to both health boards about their plans, because in the last year, both health boards underspent on their ring-fenced dental budget. So there is a challenge about making sure they spend the resources they have for dental services. I expect to see improved plans for the year ahead, and I'll give you greater assurance about the level of detail in the Hywel Dda plan, because I do understand that they are looking at providing greater services, and they've got a plan for the next 3 years. They're starting a tender process, there's a tender process underway, and that will include new services at 10 locations across the Hywel Dda Health Board area. I look for a similar level of confidence in the detail of the plan for North Wales, because I fully expect that you and other members will continue to ask questions if your constituents continue to wait an unacceptable level of time for the service, or find that there isn't an NHS dentist within a reasonable travel period.
Ac yn ola, cwestiwn.
And finally, question 8, Paul Davis.
The Secretary outlined the Welsh Government's priorities for the health service in Pembrokeshire for the next 12 months.
We'll continue to work with the Hywel Dda University Health Board to provide the people of Pembrokeshire with health services that deliver the best possible outcomes for patients. We'll continue to be guided by the best and most up-to-date clinical evidence and advice to deliver that high-quality care.
Cabinet Secretary, as you're already aware, Hywel Dda University Health Board will shortly be consulting on its proposals to transform services in West Wales. And as you know, I strongly oppose any proposals that would result in services at Withybush Hospital being downgraded or the hospital being closed down completely, which, as you know, the Health Board has not ruled out. In the circumstances, could you confirm for the record today that you've held discussions with the Hywel Dda University Health Board regarding this consultation? And could you also confirm that the Welsh Government has guaranteed that funding will be made available for whichever options the local health board decides to issue for consultation? Because if this is not the case, then what is the point of consulting on any options at all?
There are, I guess, 3 points to make about your question. I understand the concern of members of every party about any consultation on the future of health services within their area. On the specifics about what may or may not happen, I've had broad conversations with every health board and on a national level as well. You'll have if you've had the pleasure or otherwise of listening to me make speeches over the last 2 years, you'll have heard me say regularly that we need to see deliberate planned reform within the service rather than waiting for change to happen at a time of chaos or when services fall over. That's the indication that I've given. It's also backed up by the parliamentary review saying we need to plan for the future because our current model of service delivery is not fit for the future. I expect the Health Board to continue with their plans for a consultation on the future of healthcare services within Mid and West Wales. I haven't got into the detail of what that might be because I may have a role as a decision maker in the process. I expect, on the second point about when that will start to happen, my understanding is that from the April board, there should then be a public consultation on refined options, and I have not had early sight of or looked to approve those in any way. I think it's really important that I make sure there's not just the licence, the empowerment to have this conversation, but an expectation that health boards have this conversation with their staff and with their public, and set out very clearly what this means for them. What this means in terms of the quality of the service, what this means in terms of access, and what this means for the future. We then have to have questions about an agreed vision on what future funding there is, because you should expect me not to give complete carte blanche to any health board to say that any plan they come up with will be funded on any basis. I expect to see options come forward, and I expect us to work with any and every health board on looking at how we are able to support them in delivering the future of healthcare delivery within their area. I recognise you want to give a level of detail to this, but I'm simply not in a position to do so, and it would not be appropriate for me to try and do so when I also, of course, we need to understand the future financial resources available to this government and indeed to the health service area in particular.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. We now move to questions to the Counsel General, and the first question is from Mark Reckless.
What assessment has the Counsel General made of the work of the Commission on Justice in Wales?
The First Minister has established the Commission on Justice in Wales to provide an expert, independent, long-term view. It has started work and has issued a call for evidence. I urge everyone with an interest to contribute.
A month into his appointment as Lord Chief Justice, Lord Thomas gave a lecture in which he said that European lawyers looked to England and Wales with admiration to our legal system for its independence, for its professionalism, and for the fact that it has been the essential underpinning of our democratic way of life and our general prosperity for hundreds of years. While many of us recognise the logic of jurisdiction following legislature and know that our present position is anomalous, does the Counsellor-General agree that the Commission offers the right approach to ensure careful consideration and a degree of caution before seeking to separate or distinguish ourselves from a shared jurisdiction as successful as Lord Thomas describes?
Well, the member acknowledges that the issue isn't straightforward. There are divergent views on this issue. You will be aware of the Welsh Government's position, as set forth in the Government of Wales draft bill that it itself put into the public domain. It is perfectly evident that being the only legislature that we can think of which does not have its own jurisdiction poses very significant challenges and very significant constraints on the exercise of the devolved powers that we have, and in fact has shaped the devolution settlement in a way which is not helpful to the people of Wales. And had we had different jurisdictional arrangements, some of the limitations that we face would not be in place, and we'd be able to use our powers more broadly and perhaps more effectively in some areas. So I think it has to be seen against that backdrop. There are many ways of ensuring that we maintain the current dependability, reliability and reputation of the jurisdiction that we exercise here in Wales, as well as that exercised in England. None of that is imperilled by a distinct or separate jurisdiction. And I think part of the journey that we're on in this commission is to explain and consider that in a way which is expert and independent and underpins a better understanding amongst people in Wales of the virtues of having a distinct and in due course a separate jurisdiction.
Thank you. The First Minister has said that he wants a different justice system for Wales in an answer given over the past few weeks. but the government policy isn't clear on new prisons here in Wales. The First Minister tends to be more willing to accept that than the new Minister, Alan Davies. So what discussions have taken place in the context of the fact if there were to be a new prison here in Wales and if there were to be more demand for more prisoners from out with Wales to go to that prison rather than prisoners from Wales itself, how could we create a uniquely and inherently Welsh policy in the context of the fact that people from various different areas of Britain would be coming to prisons in Wales?
I noted the content of the debate that Jenny Rathbone brought forward in the past days and the members' contribution to that debate in this context. The Commission has sought evidence from people in the context of the criminal justice system, and I would urge the member to contribute to that. The Cabinet Secretary, in his response to the debate, said how important it was to have a criminal justice system that suited the needs of the people of Wales, and to note the particular needs of prisoners in Wales. The example given was that there wasn't women's prison in Wales and that we needed a completely different policy for Wales rather than the one being followed by the government in Westminster. So I hope that there will be developments in that field from that point of view, and certainly from the point of view of prisons, that we need a specific policy for the needs of Wales.
Di Lloyd.
Question 2, Di Lloyd. Thank you, Llywydd.
Has the Council General provided to the Welsh Government in relation to the implementation of air pollution legislation?
I thank the member for his question. Wales currently meets the legal limits for almost all air pollutants, but faces significant challenges in reducing levels of nitrogen dioxide. I fully support the Welsh Government's commitment to improving air quality across Wales, including various initiatives to tackle air pollution to ensure compliance with the relevant statutory duties.
Thank you for that answer, Councillor General. Now, according to guidance set out by DEFRA and the Department for Transport, so-called charging authorities can establish clean air zones under the Transport Act 2000. Now, as he will know, the Wales Act 2017 exempts only trunk road charging schemes and matters relating to the Traffic Management Act 2004 from its list of reserved transport powers. So does the Council General therefore foresee any difficulties in establishing clean air zones in Wales, especially when they include roads which are not trunk roads?
Well, the member will be aware that the Welsh Government intends to consult on a clean air zone framework by the end of April 2018, which will set out the principles for operating clean air zones in Wales as a means of accelerating compliance where it's needed and helping to reduce pollution more widely. I know from previous questions that he's asked that he's paid close attention to the High Court litigation recently in relation to nitrogen dioxide levels generally. He'll know that an undertaking was given to the court to bring forward a plan to consult on clean air zones by the end of April and to introduce a framework by the end of July this year.
Simon Thomas.
Question 3, Simon Thomas. What legal advice has the Council General given in changing the law in Wales to allow women to take abortion tablets in their homes?
I am aware of the statement of opinion tabled last week in the name of Jenny Rathbone and Julie Morgan, and I was in the chamber yesterday to hear a question posed to the First Minister on this topic also. In Scotland, pregnant women can take the second stage of a medical abortion at home. However, this position has recently been challenged, and we here will keep an eye on the position in Scotland.
Thank you for that response, Council General. I am of the opinion, as is outlined in the statement of opinion, that we should take a medical approach to this issue rather than a legal approach which is based on old law emerging from some of the ethical debates that were taking place over half a century ago. I think we are now looking at this through a medical lens and what is best for the woman and what is best for health. So my understanding is, as has just been mentioned by the Council General, that there is some legal doubt as to some aspects of this, and if so, Do we need greater clarity on the legal position here in Wales? And does the government have any intention to tackle that issue?
Well, in 1967, that Act gave ministers in Scotland the power to use those powers given under the 1967, and for ministers here to list categories of interventions in order to allow this second phase to take place. What has happened in Scotland in the context of the discussion here in Wales is that the ministers did take that decision last October and provided medical guidelines for the health service in Scotland in that context. But as I just mentioned, a legal challenge has been set following that. That challenge is not in the public domain yet, but it is relevant to the legal analysis in Scotland as it is also here in Wales. And so it is important for us to keep that under review before we can be certain of the legal position relevant here too. But the subject is obviously extremely important and is one that we should actually look at through the current lens, as the member mentioned in his question.
What you've just told us about the challenge to the Scottish decision is very interesting. Difficult to understand in the context of what we're asking women to do is to take this pill and then go home on the bus and have the miscarriage on the bus. And I can't see how this is in their best interests or indeed prudent healthcare. So be very interested to know what action you think the Welsh Government might take in the light of this challenge, whether you're going to wait for this challenge to run its course, which could be many months, or whether you might be prepared to bite the bullet on what, as far as I understand, is perfectly within the Health Secretary or the Government's domain to extend the place where medical abortions can be carried out.
Well, the issue that the member identifies is, of course, the critical issue about the safety of women and the supportive environment in which the what is a medical process continues to the end of the process, if you like. And so that is obviously the live issue at the heart of this question. As I say, the legal framework is the same for ministers in Wales as it is in Scotland. I think it's right that we should have regard to what the challenge contains, so that we understand what the potential outcomes are, but certainly from a perspective of encouraging women to be safe when they are undertaking this procedure. Clearly, the concerns which the member raises are absolutely paramount in that context.
Question 4, Simon Thomas. What discussions has the Council General held regarding the Welsh Government's ability to use Section 12 of the Animal Welfare Act 2006 to introduce a ban on wild animals in circuses?
We included, listened to the debates on the petition that was held last week, and over 6,500 of signatories to that petition. Welsh Government is actually committed to exploring opportunities to bring forward legislation to ban the use of wild animals in circuses in Wales.
Thank you for that response, which doesn't really help in assisting us to understand what the Welsh Government intends to do, but it's clearly that this section could be used as gives ministers very broad powers to intervene in cases of animal welfare, and it's clear too that we could use primary legislation in this place, a bill and an act going through this place. Now, in the past, the Council General and predecessor Council General have generally favoured bills because they do give an opportunity to provide some context and to tidy up some other aspects of the law too. But it's clear that the Assembly wishes to see urgent action in this area. Plaid Cymru is of the view that it would be appropriate to use Section 12 of the Animal Welfare Act. And I would want to know where government thinking is now on using this section, because there is so much other legislation in the pipeline emerging from Brexit and other issues. Isn't now the time for you to give the appropriate legal advice to enable Lesley Griffiths to proceed on this issue?
Well, with Section 12 of the 2006 Act, what is important is that strong evidence supports the debate for animal welfare, and the UK government has been clear that there isn't a sufficient robust basis for that, and more than one report has demonstrated that. Welsh Government commissioned a report that demonstrated that there was evidence to support that to some extent, but the risk within the welfare analysis is that it won't be adequate to withstand any legal challenge in the courts. There has been discussion, as the Cabinet Secretary alluded to in a recent debate. There was discussion, has been discussion with the UK government on a joint bill so that we could actually challenge that jointly, but that will take time, and consideration has been given to specific powers to deal with this, and the powers that will come as under the new settlement are broader, of course, and won't restrict us just to looking at animal welfare specifically. I listened to the comments of both the members and the Cabinet Secretary in that debate, and I cannot discuss legal advice here, but I understand the strength of people's standpoints in this context.
Can we just be clear? Does Section 12 give you the ability to ban wild animals in circuses or not?
Well, I'll just refer the member to the discussion I've just had about that, which is about the availability of evidence supporting that. There is a question around that, and as I've said, I'm not going to discuss legal advice I'm giving in this particular point, but I've heard the discussion in the debate and the comments of the Cabinet Secretary in relation to that.
Question 5, Lloyd.
Discussion has the Council General held with law officers regarding securing European citizenship for people in Wales following Brexit.
We value the freedoms and access which come with EU citizenship. Our future prosperity is intrinsically linked with our ability to secure full and unfettered single market access, including Welsh citizens' ability to work in Europe.
Does the Council General agree with me that under international law, it is questionable whether, in fact, European citizenship can be stripped from an individual without their explicit consent, regardless of the UK's exit from the European Union? And, following the successful passage of a Plaid Cymru motion in the House of Commons last week, the Westminster Government must now respond within 12 weeks to outline their position on the future of European citizenship. So what pressure is he putting on his counterparts in London to make sure the option of continued European citizenship remains on the table?
I think he's partly referring to the report commissioned by Jill Evans in this area, which I've had the opportunity of reading part of, and there are many creative arguments in there for the continuation of European citizenship. When I was a member of the Brexit Committee, the External Affairs Committee, we visited the European Parliament and met with Guy Verhofstadt there, who has a very clear view on this area, and members may know that this morning, a matter of hours ago, the European Parliament passed a resolution at 544 votes in favour and 110 against, which supported the position in relation to ensuring that UK and EU citizens' rights should not be adversely affected by Brexit, which is a key issue for the Parliament's consent in due course. So that has reinforced the argument about not damaging the rights of Welsh, UK or EU citizens in this regard. I think it's an area where there's obviously disagreement between the UK government and the EU 27, and it's one where I think we need some creativity to resolve that issue. The Welsh Government's position, which it advocates for strongly with the UK government, is to ensure that the rights of Welsh citizens as part of the UK are protected in regard to this, and that's consistent with having a migration system which is managed but flexible and gets us as close as possible to continued access, full and unfettered access to the single market. It's really important, though, that the position is clarified as quickly as possible in the interest of Welsh citizens and the interest of the rest of the EU, because these are not just academic discussions, these are not just legalistic discussions, this is the lives of individuals and decisions they're having to make every day in relation to their future residents.
Neil Hamilton.
I've raised related questions to this on previous occasions with previous Council General about the impact of the Vienna Convention, I think of 1969, on vested treaty rights. But would the Council General agree with me that one of the problems which the EU has at the moment, which is causing electorates all over the continent to become more and more restive, is the indiscriminate granting of EU citizenship. Italy alone last year granted 850,000 people citizenship, largely because, as a result of Schengen, that gets them out of Italy and into other countries, and that therefore firm control over migration is just as important for the rest of the European Union as it is indeed for the United Kingdom.
Well, the member's position on this is very clear, and he repeats it at every possible opportunity. We have a fundamentally different view of what the nature is of being a citizen living in the EU in the 21st century. In common, I think, with most members of this chamber, I regard it as important that Welsh citizens, UK citizens, are able to move freely and settle freely as far as possible in the future across the rest of the EU, and that equally that Wales remains open and welcoming to citizens from other countries who make a significant contribution to our economy and our culture, and that remains my position, the position of the Welsh Government.
Question 6, David.
Question 6, David Rees.
Assessment has the Council General made of the impact of the European Commission's draft EU withdrawal agreement on Wales?
We are studying the EU's draft document carefully. Our priorities for transition are certainty, clarity and minimum disruption. It's essential that the transition period is agreed at the March Council because the current uncertainty prevents proper planning, and that's unhelpful to say the least.
Well, thank you for that answer, Council General. Now, the publication of the draft codification of the withdrawal agreement arose following the December meeting of the Council of Ministers to ensure that they ratified the agreement that came true. Now, it covers 6 parts, 2 protocols, 165 articles, clearly focusing on the Phase 1 agreement, but also on the transition period, and it covers areas including citizens' acquired rights, which you mentioned in the previous question, but also the issues relating to perhaps intellectual property and other aspects of business and regulatory issues, and particularly the transition period. What discussions have you had with other legal officers across the UK to ensure that Welsh interests are protected in this process?
Well, I thank the member for that question, which is absolutely crucial and refers back to the point I just made about the absolute necessity of getting certainty, both for Welsh citizens and businesses exporting to the rest of the UK, of the EU rather. One of the most significant unknowns at the moment is the nature of the arrangements for implementing the withdrawal agreement. Dominic Grieve in the House of Commons brought forth a successful amendment, and the UK Government now will bring forth a separate bill. But we don't know in the Welsh Government when that will be introduced, nor what it will say, nor what its relationship will be to the EU withdrawal bill, for example. So that's a clear example of the sort of uncertainty that we need to tackle straight away. We haven't been consulted by the UK Government on it, and we don't know what devolution issues it raises in particular, which is obviously at the heart of this. We've seen in the context of the discussions around the EU withdrawal bill how absolutely essential those questions of devolution are, and for us to protect our rights in this chamber on behalf of the people of Wales. So we need engagement from the UK Government on its proposed mechanism for implementing the withdrawal agreement as a matter of priority.
Leanne Wood.
Councillor General, the draft agreement proposes a common regulatory area on Ireland, and it rightly proposes the need to sustain the Good Friday Agreement, the all-island economy and the North-South cooperation. Because the UK wants to leave the single market and the customs union, that means that the hard border would have to be created in the Irish Sea and at Welsh ports. And my colleague Rhina Piorwerth has been raising this on many occasions. But from your perspective, is there any way that the Welsh Government can influence or even participate in any of the discussions about the nature of the UK's border with Ireland?
Well, the challenge in relation to what's proposed by the UK Government in relation to Ireland is the difficulty of envisaging the sort of specific solutions that they can, in fact, bring forward to ensure a soft border while maintaining a separate customs and regulatory regimes in Northern Ireland to the EU. From our perspective, the most rational outcome would be for the whole of the UK to remain fully aligned to the single market and remaining in a customs union. And we're absolutely not convinced that the potential economic benefits of free trade deals would outweigh the economic costs of customs barriers between the UK and the EU. And we, as a government, take every opportunity of restating that position to the UK Government.
Jane Hutt.
Council General, yesterday I welcomed the law derived from the EU Wales Bill with particular reference to Section 7, which allows for EU-derived Welsh law to be interpreted in line with the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is not being transposed into UK law by the EU withdrawal bill. Do you agree that the Charter is vital to the safeguarding of equality and human rights protection? And is Section 7 of the bill robust enough, given that if the EU withdrawal bill goes ahead as it is, laws in areas previously within EU competence, such as consumer protection and workers' rights, will be at risk?
Well, thank you for that question. It does indeed. It's an essential part of the toolkit that we have in Wales and in the UK to protect human rights. And the Welsh Government has been absolutely clear that it does not wish the UK withdrawal from the EU in any way to lead to a dilution in human rights protections, including the extended protections which are available under the Charter, which Jane refers to in her question. The Welsh Government supports the ongoing efforts to amend the EU withdrawal bill in the House of Lords to ensure that the Charter is fully incorporated into UK law after Brexit, and the UK Government has committed to look again at this issue and come back to the House of Lords at report stage with further proposals in relation to that. It remains the Welsh Government's position that the best outcome for this is for the EU withdrawal bill to include reference to the Charter and to continue the application of the Charter in the UK following Brexit. If that is not what is achieved, Section 7 of our bill, although it doesn't incorporate the Charter in that sense, provides a good level of protection. We have to navigate in that bill the complex issue of devolved competences in this area, and it's important to ensure that we have certainty that the provisions of the bill are in competence, and in relation to that clause, we feel that including a reference to the Charter in that way provides the opportunity of interpreting EU law in a way which is consistent with the Charter and which continues in that sense the protections which we want to see sustained in Wales following Brexit.
Question 7, Vicky Howard.
Question 7, Vicky Howell.
What legal representations has the Council-General made on behalf of the Welsh Government in relation to its new economic contract?
I thank the member for her question. I've had initial discussions with the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport, and we'll continue to engage as we develop and implement this flagship policy.
Council-General, it's welcome that the new economic contract will require businesses to do the right thing and deliver on Welsh Government priorities like fair work and decarbonisation. It is a legal relationship with these businesses. They must be clear what is expected of them, and the Welsh Government must also be protected if these are not met. What steps are you taking to make sure that the Welsh Government is able to use these contracts to achieve its aims in developing the Welsh economy, and to make sure that Welsh Government financing is protected if they do not?
Absolutely. The point of the economic contract, as the Cabinet Secretary himself has said on many occasions, is to ensure that the investment the Welsh Government achieves a social purpose which the government wants to see, and it's central in that sense to the economic action plan. It will require more of businesses, and it will also require changes in behaviour on the part of the Welsh Government in relation to the particular areas which it seeks to encourage around fair work, promotion of health, and promoting the reduction of carbon footprint, for example. The economic contract, of course, as you say, has legal dimensions to it, and it's at the heart of the economic action plan. I had discussions with the Cabinet Secretary leading up to the economic action plan around this, and since, in relation to the legal architecture that supports that contract. And the Cabinet Secretary and I have agreed that once the contract is up and running in a kind of skeleton form from this financial year forward, that I will work with him to look at innovative ways in which the contract could potentially be extended to other areas of government, as indicated in the plan as well. So there's a potential for that in the time ahead.
Thank you, Council-General. The next item is the topical questions. Bethan Syed.
Of the House make a statement on Welsh Government plans to tackle Islamophobia and improve community cohesion in light of the punishing Muslim letters that have come to light recently.
Yes, indeed. Our Muslim communities are valued in Wales, and we are standing with them in abhorrence of this absolutely appalling campaign. We've established structures in Wales to tackle all forms of extremism and hate crime. These come together under our Contest Extremism Board and the Hate Crime Criminal Justice Board.
Thank you for that response. It was tricky whether to ask this question or not, because, of course, you raise awareness of the fact that these people exist and that they have such hate in their souls. I think the best response has been the Love a Muslim Day on April the 3rd that's been promoted as opposed to the Punish Muslim Day. And in my response, I said I love a Muslim every day, as I recently married my partner, my long-standing partner. And I think it's important that we get ourselves immersed in these cultures as opposed to paying them lip service. And what I want to ask you as a government is how can we ensure that community cohesion is real and is genuine? Because I believe that there's much more that we can be doing. We had an open day at the mosques recently here in Wales, which was good start, but I'm thinking we need to really get to grips with the hatred that exists, mostly online and in our communities, misinformation being passed around about what it is to be a Muslim and how we can target this in Wales in the most positive possible way, because I think with positivity we can ensure that this message gets across. Some people may say that these types of messages are patronising, but I don't think, if we genuinely believe as Assembly members that we want to create a positive community cohesion strategy here in Wales, that that's something that we cannot do. So can you exemplify to us how you are going about that, how AMs in their everyday working lives can be positive in outlining that, and how we can get to grips with tackling these types of attitudes robustly to make sure that they are not said again and that they are not acceptable forms of abuse?
No, absolutely right, Beth Ansey. You've made an enormous number of very good points there. And as I said when I was answering a question business statement yesterday to Julie Morgan, we are encouraging people to make sure that they come forward and report the fact that they've received some of these really hateful letters. And we're actually encouraging people to try and do that in a way that doesn't damage any evidence that might be found on the envelope. So the police are taking very seriously tracking down the people who've done this. So that's the first thing to say. So in this very specific instance, to make sure that people do come forward, report it with the envelope if possible, and touching it as little as possible in order to preserve that evidence. We understand that they appear to have been sent from the Sheffield area of England, so it's and appears to have been targeted at random postcodes. It's particularly hateful, and it's obviously designed to make people afraid. You're absolutely right, that's not something we can tolerate in any way at all, and in fact we very much want to do the very positive things that you've been saying, and we do a lot of those. So a lot of our mosques had the Open Mosque Day very recently, and the Central Mosque in Swansea is actually having another in a couple of weekends' time. And they're very well attended, actually. It's really, really great to see how many of the different members of the community go along to the mosque and get familiar with it and get to meet a lot of people. So I thought it was a great thing. And there was some great food as well, actually, which is worth mentioning. But we do a lot of very formal things as well. It's important to have the community informality, if you like, of loving your neighbours, loving all of the people that you live with in your community. But the government needs to do some very formal things about this as well. And one of the things that we most want to do is make sure that we teach the right things in schools. So we teach community cohesion, tolerance, respect for others in our schools. So, for example, just one example, we teach a challenging extremism module through the Global Citizenship Challenge in the Welsh Baccalaureate, and that's been very popular. I've been to a couple of very stimulating discussions where people are discussing exactly that. We fund a number of things around supporting people who've encountered hate crime, but in the spirit that you asked the question, in terms of the positive things that we do, we encourage our Faith Communities Forum to have dialogue between the Welsh Government and all of our faith communities, which obviously includes various communities inside the Muslim religion as well, because one of the myths, of course, is that somehow Muslims are a homogenous group of people who are all the same, and we all know that they're as diverse a faith as Christianity is diverse, so it's very important to make sure that you reflect the diversity across different faith groups in our groups as well. So we seek to do that, and we're very, very aware of that. I'm aware that the UK Government has published today the Integrated Community Strategy Green Paper for consultation. The consultation ends on the 5th of June, so we'll be looking carefully at that to make sure that the implications for Wales are well understood and that we can take them into account. But actually, to be honest, that we make representations where they don't match up with our our policy. So we will be looking at that very carefully as well. But as you can see from these letters coming from the Sheffield area of England, you know, this isn't something we can tackle alone. This has got to have a pan-UK, and actually I would argue pan-European element to it, where we make sure that people feel welcomed and respected inside our communities. And I very much regret that recently we have had a hardening of attitudes around a lot of misunderstandings around, for example, refugees and asylum seekers and migrants and so on, which I think has not helped with the community cohesion agenda. But I am very heartened when I go out to visit schools to hear youngsters talking about it, because they speak very differently. And that's some of our policies coming into effect. Having said all of those things, though, I'd be more than happy to discuss with you any other ideas you have that you think we can implement, because we're very open to implementing anything that we think will work, and different things work in different communities because they have to be matched to that community. So we have got East, the Ethnic Youth Support Team, running a Pan-Wales programme, and one of the lessons from that is how individual those programmes need to be, depending on the nature of the particular community that you're talking to. So I'm very happy to have that dialogue with you on an ongoing basis.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Being a Muslim, I know what I'm going to say. This is, Minister, this Islamophobia is actually putting people, leading toward violence, marginalization, exploitation, powerlessness. And Islam is the second largest religion in the United Kingdom. And the people here are 99.999. They are very peaceful and law-abiding citizen here, and contributing to the community and the country at the same time. The worst scenario is only a handful of people who acted wrongly. I accept that, Muslim on the name of Islam, like Europe and London, Manchester and everywhere, but community in large should not be punished. That is, I think we politicians have failed. We need to understand. I know, since 1970, we are trying to do race relation rules and regulation and laws since 1974. Minister, have we achieved it? It's gone back to worse. Islamophobia is a minor thing. What we are saying is treated badly, insulted, even physically hurt the local people. Our young, we are 4th and 5th generation here. We are not the first generation coming from any third world country on East Europe. Our grandchildren haven't seen our forefathers' land. They know this is their land. And when the people tell them, being Muslim, your hijab been taken out, and the woman from different color is overrun by a car, and 2 young boys have been killed on the name of Islam in this country, is totally, totally unacceptable. And I think the government, and this, I know Welsh government is doing a wonderful job, but the fact is, in the centre also, whole United Kingdom must be united on this issue. We are not taking bit by bit. We must make some rules, educate the media. Media is the worst part of this whole scenario. They are not making any articles. 2017 was the worst year in the history of United Kingdom for hate crimes. 80,000, presiding officer, 82,000 pounds nearly, hate crimes are recorded in this country. You imagine how many every week. So are we really serving the community for the peace and love, affection, which we preach, and political education to all our communities? No. Where we are wrong, we politicians have failed. We do not listen. We do not go in the right direction. We do not mix. What they have done, the Welsh government alone cannot tackle this. We need all the communities go side by side. Only last month, which Bethan just mentioned, Muslim mosque in the United Kingdom opened the doors in this severe weather for the people who are homeless and without food. And that doors were open only for that particular reason. Not for that, only for the sake of love, as a human being. Forget religion here. Not Islamophobia, not anything else. So we should go on the right direction. Muslims are trying their best. I was one of them who endorsed that. Yes, open the door for the mosque, all mosques. Let the people in the street go in the mosque in this severe weather. And I'm glad people did it. And they looked after them. We are trying our best. But I think you must goes hand by hand with each other, with shoulder to shoulder with each other. I think if there is anything which this country needs, I'll be first, and Muslim will be the first to protect this country. I can assure you that. But media, as I said earlier, and other education system, which Bethan earlier said, we must educate the system. And this is the time. Please do not wait too long, because it's going nearly 50 years we haven't achieved. We have to do something, Minister, in the next 5 years, at least in our lifetime. Thank you very much.
Yes, well, there's nothing that I really feel there's not much to add to that, so I couldn't agree more with everything that you said. We are doing a large number of things here in Wales. We work very closely with the four police forces and the Hate Crime Criminal Justice Board to make sure that we do have robust systems and legislation in place to investigate the hate crimes that you've been highlighting, and to, more importantly in some ways, to support the victims and to make sure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. But there is a much wider effect here, and absolutely the whole issue around people just perceiving themselves as people. Of course, the vast majority of people of the Muslim faith are peaceful and nice neighbours, in the same as the vast majority of people are people and nice neighbours. Every community has people in it of which that community is not proud, and every community has people in it of which the community are very proud. All communities have the same. I think you've heard me saying in this chamber before, I spent a large part of my young life going all around the world with my father, who had terrible itchy feet and needed to move on a lot. And I was always, we were always overwhelmed by the acceptance with which we were received into different communities, different faiths, different cultures. It was never any kind of problem at all. And I don't see any reason at all why that can't be reciprocal here in Wales. And there are some real issues around some of the policies that we have. We are working very closely with the UK government to make sure that the UK government's current stance on immigration doesn't have any unintended consequences. So I have a group of people with whom I meet very regularly. We have a Home Office representative there, and we raise issues where a particular policy may be having an unintended consequence in terms of community cohesion, for example. So we do have very open channels of communication between us and the UK government around making sure that we don't do things that exacerbate the kind of myth that you rightly highlight. But so I think it's very important for us to state very firmly that we think this is abhorrent, and that we very much, like all of our communities equally here in Wales, we very much want to ensure that all of those communities can live together peacefully and without this kind of abhorrent campaign against them.
Darren Miller.
Can I also join in the condemnation about this despicable hate mail? It was clearly designed to stoke fear in the Muslim community, and to some extent, I'm afraid it has been successful in that. And I think it's absolutely right that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Muslims here in Wales and across the UK in demonstrating our love and care for them in their communities. We've got to be able to overcome the prejudice and hate, and it's wonderful that we have an ambassador for the Muslim community here in the Assembly, in Mohammed Asghar, who's passionate about these issues. You referred earlier on, Leader of the House, to religious education in our schools and the role of our schools in helping to educate the next generation about the merits of tolerance and respect here in society. One of the things which has been raised in this chamber in the past is a concern about the new curriculum reforms which are taking place in Wales and the status which religious education might have within the new curriculum in order that it can actually help to deliver these appropriate messages within our schools. So I wonder to what extent you've discussed the risks that the current consideration of the new curriculum might have to ensuring that some of the good work that's already taking place in our schools isn't diminished by the changes and that it's actually enhanced. And can I put on record as well, I had a very good friend, a Christian friend who I used to work for, and he used to have this mantra that Islam should spell for everybody, I sincerely love all Muslims. The letters of Islam, and I think that we would do well to listen to his call to love all of our neighbours, regardless of their faith, And for me, I think that the best that we can all do in this chamber is, yes, to join in the condemnation, but also to take some positive action to love those Muslims in our community, to recognise the tremendous contribution that Muslim congregations in their mosques make, as well to society in Wales at large, and to use this hate mail as an opportunity for good so that we can help to recognise their achievements.
Well, yes, indeed. And again, nothing to really add to that. I mean, that's a very potent way of putting it. We do have I think the thing I mentioned was actually a module in the Welsh Baccalaureate, which is called Challenging Extremism, which we teach as part of the modules that you can select in the Welsh Baccalaureate. I have had some discussions with the Cabinet Secretary for Education about the way that we teach citizenship and various other things. I have to say I've not had a specific conversation with her about religious education, but I'm very happy to do so. But we have had a number of conversations about the way that we teach citizenship and healthy relationships and tolerance and community cohesion. But I'm more than happy to include religious education in that conversation, which I have very regularly with that Cabinet Secretary. And the reason we have that very regularly is because we very much want to make sure that our children grow up in a spirit of tolerance and acceptance and good community relationships, good relationships with all of their neighbours. To quote Joe Cox, the MP, you know, we have more in common than that which divides us. And as I say, my own experience around the world has shown that actually all communities are very much the same. We all have myths around family relationships and so on, but when you actually talk to somebody who appears to be from a very different culture to yours, you find that their myths are very similar, because actually very many human beings are all very similar. And as I said in my earlier response, all communities have people for whom they are very proud, but also, I'm afraid, people that they are not so proud of. So you're absolutely right. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone who has experienced fear and you know, feels excluded because of this hateful campaign, and make sure that we both support the victims but also bring the perpetrators to justice.
Thank you, Leader of the House. 90-second statements. Next, David Rees.
This week we celebrate National Science Week and what science offers society. However, as we use this week to promote science, today we have seen the loss of one of the UK's great scientists in Professor Stephen Hawking. I'm sure members across the chamber will join me in sending condolences to his family and his friends on their loss. Many wonderful comments have been made by people from all aspects of society, politicians, academics, people from the media, regarding his work in driving an understanding of how the universe exists and on his humanity. But let's also recognise the impact he has had in bringing science, and in particular physics, into the lives of people. His book, A Brief History of Time, was sold 10 million copies, and I have been told is actually back to the top of the Amazon book list today. He was one of the first to make science attractive to a wider audience, and that must be never be lost. He even appeared on The Simpsons to make sure that that message was going forward. National Science Week gives us an opportunity to reflect upon how important science is to the Welsh economy. In one sector alone, life sciences, we have 361 companies in Wales, listed over 9 industries, with turnovers estimated at £2 billion and with over 11,000 employees. Science truly underpins many industries within Wales, including the future of steelmaking in my constituency. And it is crucial that we continue to develop the future generations of scientists and engineers that will continue to drive that forward. And we address the gender imbalance that exists in science as well. And we remove the stereotype that exists, so we can put it to appeal to the world of science, to all young people and their parents. And in closing, Clywedd, as we remember Professor Hawking, let us all work to ensure his beliefs in the positivity of science permeates through all our actions.
Dawn Bowden. Diolch, Llywydd. Last Friday it was my great pleasure to join the community of Bedlinog in my constituency as they celebrated the opening of their community library. I've sat in this chamber too often hearing about the loss of local services in so many communities in Wales, as we are unable to avoid the impact and the consequences of pressures caused by austerity and budget cuts. But thankfully, in many cases, the response to these problems has been the initiative of local people who want to protect and improve their own community, and that is the story of Bedlinog Community Library. At a time when over 400 libraries across the country have closed, It is the effort of so many volunteers that has been a key part in securing and now looking to expand this local service. None more so than the school employee Anne Mills, who's driven this project with support from Bydlennog Community Council, the County Borough Council and Welsh Government. The volunteering efforts provided the spark not just for this library, but for taking the community of Bydlennog forwards, with many other activities and projects planned on the back of this. It's clear to me that this group of volunteers, with the well-being of Bydlennog at heart, now also holds a bigger vision for their village, a village in which this service and the school grows as a hub for supporting the life of the community. This is a venture worthy of acknowledgement in this place, because it's inspiring to see a community come together and respond to adverse circumstances in the way that Bydlennog has. So well done, and thank you to you all.
Ramsey.
Diolch Llywydd. I'm delighted to be welcoming to the National Assembly tomorrow the distinguished Salvadorian parliamentarian and former United Nations Ambassador Ruben Zamora. Mr Zamora's visit comes as part of the Romero Festival, leading to Romero Day on the 24th of March. Mr Zamora's visit to Cardiff is one of a number of events organised by the Romero Trust, whose aim is to promote the life, ministry and martyrdom of Oscar Romero across the UK. Oscar Romero was Archbishop of San Salvador when he was assassinated on March the 24th, 1980, as he was celebrating Mass. 35 years later, he was declared a martyr and beatified in 2015. Ruben Zamora will talk about Monsignor Romero and the current situation in El Salvador, and then answer questions from an assembled audience. I'm really proud to be hosting Ruben Zamora here in Wales. He has a distinguished career as a diplomat and social democratic politician who was a passionate advocate for peace throughout the country's civil war until 1992. As a founding member of the political opposition front, the FDR, Zamora travelled the world to build up diplomatic support for peace negotiations, but was forced to spend some years in exile following threats to his family. Last year, Ruben Zamora stepped down as El Salvador's representative at the United Nations, having previously served as an ambassador to the United States and to India. I'm delighted to be part of Ruben's visit to the UK.
Russell George.
Joff Llywyd, I would like to take this opportunity to urge the whole of Wales to get behind Newtown to make it Britain's best walk-in neighbourhood. Newtown is the only Welsh town to have been shortlisted in the top 10 towns in the UK, and voting closes at 11:59 p.m. today. We need as many votes as possible to win the Ramblers Association Award. Both Powys County Council and Newtown Town Council have a common vision and ambition to develop an active travel network which will see improved accessibility to services within the town. I'd also like to congratulate the Ramblers Association on its first ever Best Walking competition. And I agree, it's good to celebrate good walking neighbourhoods and the people that make them happen. So please get behind Newtown and Wales and vote now via the Ramblers Association website. And I have emailed all members to let them know the link. And I'd be grateful if you could spare 3 seconds of your time. Thank you very much.
The next item is the motion to amend Standing Order 20 in relation to the statement on the draft budget proposal, and I call on a member of the Business Committee to move the motion. Formally, the proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. The next item is the motion to amend Standing Orders 26, 26A and 26B in relation to the requirement for Justice Impact Assessments, Section 110A of the Act, and I call on a member of the Business Committee to move the motion. Rhun ap Iorwerth. Formally move. The question is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item is the nomination under Standing Order 10.5 for the appointment of the Auditor-General for Wales, and I call on the Chair of the Finance Committee to move the motion, Simon Thomas.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. And as members will be aware, I'm sure the Auditor-General for Wales is a Crown appointment made on the nomination of the whole of the Assembly under Section 2 of the Public Audit Wales Act 2013. As the committee with delegated responsibility for overseeing arrangements relating to the Wales Audit Office and Auditor General for Wales, the Finance Committee has been fully involved throughout the process of recruiting a new Auditor General. Full details of the recruitment process are outlined in the committee's report. I am therefore pleased to move this motion today on behalf of the Finance Committee to nominate Adrian Crompton to Her Majesty for appointment as the Auditor General for Wales. I would like to thank the current Auditor General, Hugh Vaughan-Thomas, for his valuable contribution during the last 7 years in post. Hugh was appointed at a difficult time for the Welsh Audit Office, but he has worked to make a fundamental difference to the organisational culture and to restore public confidence in the office. The role of Auditor General is a vital one in the Welsh public sector, ensuring organisations operate efficiently in the management of public money and that they have robust operating arrangements in place to ensure the highest levels of integrity and governance. As outlined in the committee's report, it was vital that the process of recruiting an Auditor General was conducted in a way that removes it from any suggestion of political interference. As such, we ensured that two parties were represented on the appointment panel. Nick Ramsey and myself represented the committees we chair, and we were joined by the chair of the Wales Audit Office Board and the Auditor General for Scotland. Following the interviews, the preferred candidate attended a pre-nomination hearing of the Cross-Party Finance Committee. The committee firmly believes that a pre-nomination hearing ensures open and transparent scrutiny of the candidate identified as the most suitable. Adrian Crompton therefore came before the committee on the 31st of January. During the hearing, we explored with Mr Crompton his professional competence, how he is planning to undertake the role of Auditor General and the experience and expertise he would bring to the position. I therefore ask the Assembly to agree to the motion to nominate Adrian Crompton to Her Majesty for appointment as the Auditor General for Wales.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, and can I say I welcome this motion and the proposed nomination to Her Majesty the Queen. It has been my honour to work with Adrian Crompton for many years, most recently when I was Deputy Presiding Officer. He is a man of the highest integrity, clarity of thought, and of the deepest commitment to scrutiny in public life. Above all, Adrian Crompton has been a champion of the legislative branch of government. This background will make him an outstanding and innovative Auditor General, in my view. We wish him well in this most important post. And can I also record my thanks to Hugh Thomas, the outgoing Auditor General, for all the great work he has done. We are greatly helped in our role in scrutinising government and public agencies by the work of the Auditor General, and there's much promise now with this new appointment.
Nick Ramsey.
Llywydd, and can I concur with the sentiments of the Chair of the Finance Committee and also my colleague David Melding. It's been a privilege to work with Hugh Vaughan-Thomas as the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee during this Assembly, and I know I speak for my predecessors in previous Assemblies in saying that, Darren Miller, David Melding and also Jonathan Morgan. I'd like to thank Hugh for his long and dedicated service to public life in Wales and for his commitment in advising the Public Accounts Committee in fulfilling its role of holding the Welsh Government to account on its expenditure during that time. Hugh should be commended for his notable leadership of the Wales Audit Office and overseeing a period of stability. He's brought a refreshing approach to audit work and shining a light on many important and significant financial and governance matters which have resulted in protecting the public purse. It is now time to look to the future, and I was pleased to play a part in the selection process for the new Auditor General, and I look forward to working with Adrian Crompton and the strong team at the Wales Audit Office over the months to come. I'm happy to support this nomination.
Darren Miller.
Can I also put on record my thanks to the outgoing Auditor General, Hugh Vaughan-Thomas. I had the privilege of being able to serve as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee for 5 years of his tenure, And, of course, he stepped into that office at a time which was very, very difficult for the Wales Audit Office because of incidents that had taken place immediately prior to his appointment. But he did so in a way which brought that team together and has consistently, I think, produced very high-quality reports which have been of great benefit to the people of Wales and to this National Assembly in helping to hold the government to account. He's been an Auditor-General who's not been afraid to pull any punches in his report, and he has quite rightly will be leaving this office with an excellent record, having served the people of Wales as Auditor-General for 7 years. I think it's also important to note, though, of course, that he does have this long pedigree of service in public life, including a period in Denbighshire County Council, where he was the Chief Executive. And that was also another period of his public career in which he served the people of my own constituency very well too. So I do wish him all the very best, and of course I welcome the appointment of Adrian Crompton and look forward to engaging with him in the future.
Committee Chair, to reply to the debate, Simon Thomas. May I thank those members who have paid tribute to Hugh Vaughan-Thomas for the important work that he has done in restoring the role of the Auditor-General for Wales. The importance of the role is reflected in the legislation that's been passed by this Assembly, the 2013 Act, which establishes the independence of the Auditor-General for Wales and ensures that the appointment, although an appointment by Her Majesty does go through independent processes in the Finance Committee and other committees of this Assembly and ultimately comes before the Assembly as a whole for approval for nomination to Her Majesty. I look forward, as Chair of the Finance Committee, and I'm sure that all members are also looking forward to seeing the new Auditor-General with so much experience, as has already been outlined by David Melding, with independence of view, freedom of thought, and the strength to stand up when necessary against government and other public authorities in Wales. That's what an Auditor-General needs to do, and I'm pleased to seek the Assembly support for this nomination made today. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. The next item is a debate on a member's legislative proposal, and I call on Hefin David to move the motion.
It's an honour to be able to propose a law in this Parliament that will be of benefit to my constituency in Caerphilly, and I believe, and I will argue, that it will be of benefit to the people of Wales as a whole. This debate and proposed law comes about following two debates that have already taken place in this chamber, one on leasehold properties and the limited rights faced by leaseholders, and the other one on the plight of unadopted roads and estates affected by those. This today is the missing piece of the jigsaw, the rights of freeholders who own properties on managed estates and the role in relation to those rights of property management companies and estate management companies by whom residents are often trapped in property management contracts. It's a deeply unfair, unregulated market. It is a UK-wide problem. I've got a copy of The Guardian here. Well, it's a printed copy, a modern copy, in which it says, homeowners trapped by fleasehold, the new cash cow for developers. They own the freehold but are forced to pay often escalating estate management fees with no accountability. And that article contains two examples from estates in Cumbria, where there is no obligation on estate management companies to keep costs down or provide evidence that the services they charge are being carried out. This is an absolute scandal, and it's unregulated. And also in Kent, in the Kent online newspaper, homeowners in Kent are suffering extra housing charges. It's happening there too. 122,000 people in that county are trapped in controversial contracts. We should pay credit to the Rochester MP Kelly Tolhurst, who has raised this in Westminster Hall debate in Westminster. But it's happening in Wales as well. I've had casework from Cwm Calon in Ystrad Mynach, where residents are trapped in these contracts. And members from across this chamber, from my party and others, have also mentioned where they've found constituents who faced exactly the same issues. And I can see members from across the chamber nodding. Cwm Calon has an estate management company called Meadfleet, and they're managing agents to a company called Cwmchalon Management 1 Limited. They're incorporated and registered as at Companies House as the Residence Management Company, or RMC. And RMCs are usually set up recently, modern times, on private estates to own the communal areas, with each freeholder, each householder who's a freeholder, becoming a member of that company and having the opportunity to become a director on that company. However, Cwmchalon 1 Limited was set up in April 2005, over a year before the first property on this estate was even bought, according to council tax records. No one had the chance to become a director or a member of this company when it was set up. Furthermore, the documents of incorporation show that most of the company's directors are Redrow employees. And until the last property was completed in May 2015, these Redrow employees had a built-in controlling majority in terms of votes at the RMC's annual general meeting, and therefore able to completely override individual freehold residents should they so wish. How can that be a residence management company, with Redrow, the developer, being the majority shareholder on the RMC, in fact the only shareholders on the RMC? It is a clear conflict of interest, because the RMC was responsible for appointing the estate management company Meadfleet, who are responsible for managing the estate, and therefore in the pocket of Redrow. And what you see is a very clear conflict of interest, and residents refer to Meadfleet to me as Mead Fleece, given the fact that they are paying these charges and seeing little return. The payment of a monthly fee to a property management and estate company is common practice among leasehold properties, where the monthly fee is known as ground rent, and leaseholders now have statutory rights, including recourse to a tribunal, to appeal against what they perceive as poor standards of service. Freeholders don't have this right. So I bring to you today the case of Janine Jones, who's represented many residents regarding poor, shoddy work, and in fact, in many cases, work that was never done, has sent many emails to Meadfleet. In one case I've mentioned before in this chamber, the managing director of Meadfleet sent her an email back telling her to get a life, with respect. Although Redrow were very apologetic about that, it showed that they really don't care, and they have no regulation to stop them from just taking the money and doing minimal work. That was happening on this estate. Janine Jones has written to Meadfleet and to Redrow on numerous occasions, to the extent that she's even engaged a solicitor. And the solicitor has said to her, there's very little we can do. This is, of course, outrageous. But unlike owners of leasehold properties, freehold owners do not have the same statutory rights to challenge the decisions of the Residence Management Company and the Property Estates Management Company who act on their behalf. This is not good enough. Yes.
Training officer, not just in your area. I've got constituents who thought they were actually having to pay that until such time that the council adopted the pavements, roads, etc., because they were on a new estate, to discover that they're going to have to pay it for the whole length of time they're there, and it'll pass on to the people who purchase the property after them. I think that's outrageous. I don't know. I mean, I can understand why they thought it. You're moving in, the roads aren't adopted, the lights aren't adopted, somebody's going to pay for looking after them. But to treat them that way, I think, is appalling.
If you want to buy the house, you've got to sign the deed. And if you sign the deed, you're tying yourself into exactly that for the length of time you own the house, and the people who buy the house after you also have to pay the estate management charge. It's absurd, especially when the estate eventually becomes, on the whole, adopted. It's madness. There is a regulatory body. It's called the Association of Residential Managing Agents, but it's voluntary. And currently, anyone is able to set up a property and estate management company. Any one of us in this room could get together, a few of us could get together, set up an estate management company, and then just use it as a license to print money. Effectively is what's happening. I think ARMA should be a statutory body of which businesses must be members in order to trade. Yes.
The member's running out of time. He's only got 8 minutes to open and close, so he can very quickly.
I'll be quick. I appreciate the issues you're raising on properties of houses, but it's also an issue of flats and blocks of flats. Yeah. And those tenants are even worse tied than leasehold for some of these companies.
Yeah. And this is where they grew out of, where there were blocks of flats in London. I want the Welsh Government to use this opportunity to make sure that freehold property owners do not miss out, and they are accorded the same rights as leaseholders, because actually leaseholders have more rights in this regard when it comes to challenging the decisions of residential management companies and their appointed agents. We need property estate management companies to be properly professionalised and regulated as other trade and professional bodies are, to stop rogue traders and people ripping off innocent homeowners. The UK Government is going to bring forward their white paper fixing our broken housing market, in which proposals will be contained. If we don't act now, as we get more and more new estates, we'll find ourselves left behind. I think the Welsh Government needs to act.
Thank you. Susie Davies.
Can
I just remind members that it is 3 minutes. Oh, you know, that's good. It's 3 minutes for intervening speakers. Thank you.
Adil, can I just thank Kevin David for introducing these proposals today? They did sort of speak to my recurring nightmare of land law lectures 30 years ago, but I think it is important that you've done this, because even though new rent charges were abolished in 1977, there are still some in existence. The remedies, you refer to them in your motion, are hugely draconian. And, of course, the Court of Appeal has quite recently confirmed that these are live remedies. So I think we need legislation now to at least modify them. Estate rent charges, which is actually the core of what you're talking about, are a little bit different, perhaps a bit more relevant as well. They don't carry the disproportionate remedies with them in quite the way that sort of ordinary rent charges to do, but neither were they abolished in 1977. They were specifically retained with small estates in mind to manage these sort of the ongoing maintenance of shared facilities, perhaps like a joint access way or a shared pumping station, small things like this. And I can think actually of one estate in Uplands, which is the ward I live in, built in the 1980s, 15 or so properties. They pay about £150 each under a rent charge to maintain a bit of shared land and an entranceway into Cwmdonkin Park. But larger estates tended to have adopted or adoptable services protected by bonds, so rent charges weren't used from the 1970s onward every day because they weren't needed. The unintended consequence of that was that the enforceability of covenants was lost as well, but I'll leave that for another day. I think now we're seeing that the estate rent charge used more creatively, though, because we all know those big estates, where the roads are too narrow, one of those annoying political canvassers who can't find somewhere to park. Those roads are pretty much unadoptable, and the houses are subject to rent charges to maintain those and to look after other common areas. And that rent owner, as you say, is usually a large developer or one of the agency companies, and they're collecting that £150. It is 150 quid these days, not a guinea. But as a result of these, they're spending less up front, avoiding making up estate roads to adoptable standard, avoiding having to give the Section 48 bond cover, so in the case of them defaulting on adoption. And through the rent charge, they're creating an investment fund on which they get interest, along with the ability, as you indicated, to increase that rent charge whenever they like and charge whatever they like for consents and other covenant enforcement without any accountability. And when you consider how many of this type of estate are likely to be going up under LDPs all over Wales as councils scramble to meet the housing targets they've been set, this estate rent charge has become a bit of a developer's dream, I think. And completely unregulated, no obligation to consult, no obligation to offer reasonable charges, no right for rent payers for copies of accounts or access to a first-tier tribunal. You've got to go to county court. And I think my little estate in the Uplands is probably fine because actually the residents are the management company. But on these big multi-hundred-pound house estates, we're going to be in exactly the position you said. And I really hope that one or both governments manages to deal with this fairly swiftly.
Bethan Syed.
Thank you, and thank you to Heaven for bringing this and for your passion. I feel it loud and clear, and I'm glad that you have brought this here today. In recent weeks, we've been exploring some of the problems with leasehold contracts and unadopted roads, so it's logical that we're now moving on to the problems created by so-called freehold arrangements, as you mentioned, service charges and the problems that come with them. These issues are, of course, linked with wider problems of market abuse in new developments that have happened more frequently since the financial crash. We're seeing increasing reports of poorer standards for new builds and inadequate redress for some homeowners. For example, it costs £120 just to log a complaint with a consumer code for home builders, which is widely viewed as being on the side of the home builders. homeowners and flat owners are facing estate service charges that are often completely unjustifiable, arbitrary and can cause great financial difficulty. It's a system particularly widespread and expensive in the apartment sector, as I think David Rees mentioned. It's shocking to see that an estate management company can gain possession of a property for unpaid rent over such a short period of time. With the economic state that we find ourselves in, with increasing costs for everyone and flatlining pay, people need and expect an element of flexibility, and in fact it is often available for other utility companies and mortgage companies that they give you that holiday or that break. And in 2018, people relied on this to overcome a difficulty, even short term. So the fact that someone can lose their home over some unpaid estate management fees is appalling, and people must have protection against losing their home for minor missed payments. Now, I know the Government has announced some good measures designed to protect these houses purchased under Help to Buy, but as I said last week, this is a very small part of the overall market. The bigger picture here is the fundamental fairness of this model, whether it is leasehold, freehold or anything else. I believe in principle that it is wrong to expect people to pay extra charges, which are often high, for maintenance of a wider estate, and then also expect people to pay council tax. It's an extra financial burden people can't afford. And at some point, I think people are going to revolt over this issue, not just with new housing estates, but also with the tens of thousands of people who pay management fees, but also council tax in apartment buildings. It simply isn't right to ask people to pay twice. This model is not the way we build an equitable housing sector or how we improve affordable home ownership, and it's another cost in a society which is now so filled with costs it is crushing working people. I think this motion is a good one, and it's important that we are discussing it. But I do have to say again, as I did last week during topical questions on leasehold reform, that the Welsh Government could actually use their powers further beyond restrictions surrounding Help to Buy. I understand that they have agreements to not build a leasehold under some circumstances, for example, from certain home builders, but will those arrangements hold forever, and how do they apply here? So we do support this proposal for a bill, but I think we should be looking at the whole wider rip-offs that we are becoming aware of and strengthening the protection for consumers across the board in this sector. Diolch.
Gareth Bennett.
Deborah Llywydd, and I add my thanks to Bethan's thanks to Hefin for bringing the debate today. When we did look at different members' debates on the Business Committee, I was quite keen that we had this debate, so I'm pleased by having it. I think it is scandalous that these fairly arbitrary charges can be imposed without much in the way of consultation, transparency or the right of legal challenge. As a couple of the contributors have mentioned, it seems to be part of a patchwork quilt of charges that are involved in running households. We had the recent debates, as mentioned, on freeholds and leaseholds and unadopted roads. So it is part of this whole tapestry of kind of arbitrary charges that people sometimes have to pay. And it's a pity in some ways that we can't just tie them up together in one big bill. But of course that would be constitutionally too difficult. A couple of the points that are very pertinent are the fact that we may need to be mindful of what the UK government legislate on these points. Otherwise, you could have disparities in the housing market, and you've referred to that in point C of your motion. And the other major issue is the legal challenge and the fact that the freeholders don't have the appeal process, which you've tackled in point 1 of your motion. So it's a good motion. If these points can all be taken on board with some kind of legislation in Wales, we could have a good outcome. It could strengthen the rights of freeholders and make the rights of freeholders in this area uniform between England and Wales, which I think would probably be the best solution if we can achieve it. So we in the UKIP group agree with today's motion, and hopefully today's debate can be the beginning of some meaningful action to resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I thank Hefin, and I also thought his hoil on this afternoon was very, very appropriate, because I think it really is the purpose of a legislature that's reflecting on the interests of the people it serves effectively. to allow this sort of avenue where our backbenchers can identify really key issues. It's not possible for the government always to feel the force of these things, because we are in more contact often with the person on the street who is facing these difficulties. And this is surely an area of law that is screaming out for regulation, and it needs to be updated, or, in effect, a legal process put in place for the first time to govern the sort of practices that we are now seeing, which were largely absent, as my colleague Susie Davis outlined, largely absent 10, 20, 30, certainly 30 years ago. So I think it's very, very important. I note that the research by Consumer Group Which thinks that unfair practices in this sector could amount to about £700 million of unnecessary service charges, because there isn't clarity in terms of governance. It's not transparent. Costs that are charged don't have to meet the actual costs of any service. And also management companies can be part of a wider portfolio and can offset costs in one particular estate against others, or even against different businesses, it appears. It is absolutely outrageous, and indeed the UK All-Party Parliamentary Group on Leaseholds, which has also looked at this area, think the excessive costs could amount to £1.4 billion. I mean, it really is an outrageous practice, and, as someone who really believes in the market when it's effectively regulated, I do think it's a pretty poor show that these practices have developed largely, as a result of private sector building companies. And it is something that we now need to see action on. And I think Hevin is quite right in point 2C of this motion to note that the UK government is concerned in terms of England, for which it has housing policy responsibility, and is working to examine the situation, then rectify it if appropriate with legislation. And I certainly think we should have a similar commitment. I think a lot of us were shocked when we realised for the first time the prevalence of these abuses, and the whole business model that's now emerging, in that you're not developing some estates so that they are adoptable, or largely adoptable anyway. It really is something that should stop, and I would certainly encourage Hevin to go on in this vein.
Thank you. And finally, Di Lloyd.
It's a pleasure to take part in this very important debate. Can I commend Hevin David for his work in bringing this forward? Obviously, as has been alluded to, there's been a fair amount of overlap between we had the original debate about 4 weeks ago on the whole freehold leasehold situation that was Mick Anthony and others was heavily involved in. Then we had the unadopted roads debate of a couple of weeks ago, and now we have this one. And there's a fair amount of overlap of the issues, and people wonder sometimes, the frustrations we feel as elected politicians, both at county council level and as assembly members, when bread and butter issues that seem as though they should be resolvable, and we get into it and they cannot be resolved. And it really is frustrating. Even more frustrating for our constituents involved. Now, there's a task force, the Cabinet Secretary, in response to the debate on unadopted roads. There's lots we can do here at Assembly level. I commend Hevin David's approach, asking for Welsh Government action to regulate property and estate management companies in Wales. There's no substitute for action. We've had a very clear elucidation of the issues, both this week and in previous weeks, of these interlinked and overlapping issues, so I commend the action and look forward to Welsh Government action, and diolch yn fawr Hevin.
Thank you. Can I now call the Minister for Housing and Regeneration, Rebecca Evans?
Thank you very much, and I also am grateful to Hevin for bringing forward this debate today. And there's been a great amount of media attention recently and some really serious concerns raised by AMs about the various issues affecting people who own their homes on a leasehold basis, and I was pleased to announce a package of measures to begin to address those concerns just over a week ago. However, Hevin's debate today really does shine a light on the issues affecting people who own their homes on a freehold basis, and specifically where they're on estates and subject to management fees, where they, unlike leaseholders, have no means of challenging those charges. I only have 4 minutes to respond to this debate, so I won't rehearse again the concerns that members have been raising so clearly, but I do hear them and I do recognise them. It is clear to me that many of the concerns that we have heard do stem from the same place as the leasehold concerns which we heard in the individual members' debate led by Mick Antoniou, and that really is about the pressing need to professionalise and raise standards of behaviour in the property and estate management sector. And I say professionalise and raise standards of behaviour because actually some of the most professional companies are the ones displaying some of the poorest behaviour. Members will have heard me say in response to Mick Antoniou's debate that I won't shy away from legislation, and they'll also have heard me say that we are currently engaging with the Law Commission's review of residential leasehold and common hold law. And that review has 3 key strands. It includes leasehold enfranchisement, common hold as an alternative to leasehold, and very importantly in the context of today's debate, the regulation of management agents. And I have to say, I think that that may very much be the space that we need to be in when the review reports before too long. I'm really pleased that the UK Government is also engaging with the Law Commission and looking at these issues because some of them do fall into the area of consumer law and the law of property, where we will need to see action from the UK Government as well. However, we don't need to wait to start to address this issue. Our success in securing the agreement of the major house builders to no longer sell new build houses as leasehold unless absolutely necessary is very much down to the constructive relationship which we have built with them through our house builder engagement programme. So I'd give members my commitment today to open up discussions with the sector on the issues that we've heard in this debate today using that forum.
Can we just be clear? This is about freeholders, though, so it's the discussion about the plight of freeholders in these circumstances.
Absolutely. My intention is to use the constructive relationship that we have built as evidenced by the recent agreement that we've secured from the house builders to start to move on and explore the debate, the issues that have been raised in this debate today. In response to members' leaseholders' concerns, I've already introduced a brand new Wales Conveyancer accreditation scheme in order to ensure that purchasers have access to good quality independent advice, and conveyancers will have to complete training and comply with the high standards set out by that scheme. And again, I'm going to ask my officials to explore how this particular scheme can be used and adopted to address some of the concerns that members have raised today in relation to freehold. I've also made it clear my intention to put in place a voluntary code of practice to underpin the measures I've already announced in order to start to address those leasehold concerns and to improve standards, improve engagement between all parties and promote best practice. And again, you have my commitment to explore how we can use that code to address the specific issues that we've had in this debate with regard to freehold. And finally, I would confirm that I'll set up a task and finish group to advise me on what else can be done to professionalise and raise the standards of conduct in the property and estate management sector. And I will specifically ask that group to consider the contributions that members have made throughout this debate today and give my commitment to update members in due course. But in the meantime, I very much look forward to the next individual members' ballot, and I look forward to considering Hevin's detailed proposals should he be successful.
Thank you. Call on Hevin David to reply to the debate with 30 seconds.
I've got very little time. I just want to say a very big thank you to Susie Davis, who was used her professional expertise and knowledge to support my contribution. It was very helpful to have a conversation with her yesterday. To Bethan Syed as well. To Gareth Bennett, thank you for actually bringing it forward at Business Committee. That's much appreciated. David Meldin and Di Lloyd. Actually, what you all did was added the bits I didn't have time for. So thank you very much. It was a very skillful answer from the Minister. I don't know whether she committed to legislation or not, but I did like the content on the whole. I thought it was very helpful and supportive. Thank you for the indication about an individual member's bill. Perhaps we should all put in the same bill, and maybe we'll be drawing the ballot. I'm not precious about who gets it.
Thank you. The proposal is to note the proposal. Does any member object? Object. Therefore, we'll defer the voting until this item, until voting time. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a debate on the Children, Young People and Education Committee report on teachers' professional learning and education. And I call on Lynn Neagle as Chair of the Committee to move the motion. Lynn.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to open this debate today on the Children, Young People and Education Committee's report on teachers' professional learning and education. The quality of teaching in our schools is, I believe, the most important element of our children's education. Both the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Estyn have left no one in any doubt about how important good quality teaching is in delivering a high-quality education system. A highly trained and motivated workforce is also vital to support the introduction and delivery of the Welsh Government's ambitious plans for a new school curriculum. That is why the committee felt it necessary to undertake an investigation into how our teachers are initially trained and then supported throughout their careers. We recognise that they will need to respond to systemic changes and emerging best practice. As part of this, the committee also examined the new professional standards that underpin the new teacher training system and which are intended to provide the aspiration for teachers to achieve. The committee received wide-ranging written and oral evidence. I was delighted to see 837 submissions to our online outreach survey carried out jointly with our colleagues on the Public Accounts Committee, which was aimed at education practitioners. What we found raised concerns in a number of important areas. We heard that recruitment for teacher training courses has fallen below its target in each of the last 4 years. These shortages are particularly apparent in key areas such as science and maths, and for teachers from ethnic minority backgrounds and those able to teach in Welsh. It is clear that targeted recruitment is needed and that there needs to be a wider understanding of the rewards of being a teacher in today's society. We were impressed by schemes in England which were exposing undergraduates to teaching in the course of their degrees, and we look forward to similar projects being introduced here in Wales. We were further concerned about the number of teachers who appear to leave the profession within a few years of qualifying. We have heard that this could be because of the pressures that the Welsh Government's accountability system places on teachers, or because of high workloads, leading to poor work-life balance. We appreciate that this is a complex issue with multiple factors involved. As a result, we have called on Welsh Government to further investigate these areas and to ensure the actions it is taking are sufficient. Other evidence led us to conclude that, at present, the education workforce is not sufficiently prepared for the implementation of the new curriculum. This lack of preparedness seems to be down to a combination of lack of training and the limited time in which to prepare. We recommended that learning from schools already engaged in curriculum reform is shared more widely, and that current professional development programmes are used more effectively to prepare our teachers. More generally, we found that the professional development available to teachers in Wales is inconsistent in terms of quality and availability. Too many teachers are not accessing the training and development they need, deserve and are entitled to. This is particularly concerning given the scale and the importance of changes happening in Wales. An unprepared workforce poses a risk to the aspirations for a world-class education system here in Wales. We were disappointed to hear that this was often because their workloads did not allow them to take up available training, or that the training represented too much of a burden on the school budget. More must be done to support teachers to access the training they need inside and outside the classroom. The quality of professional development in Wales has also been questioned. We heard arguments for there to be a system of accredited professional learning for teachers. We agreed and have recommended this to the Welsh Government. However, we are mindful that Estyn will be looking at some of these issues, and we look forward to seeing the Inspectorate's findings. The professional development that does take place is not consistent across Wales, with different courses available in different regions. We acknowledge that the Welsh Government is taking steps towards a more national model of delivery. We believe this has to happen to ensure that all teachers are equally prepared for the challenges and opportunities ahead. We also firmly believe that as part of a new national way of working, supply teachers should have full access to professional learning programmes. Supply teachers provide a valuable service to our schools, and we have called on Welsh Government to ensure that their entitlement to development opportunities is not overlooked. Finally, the committee is keen to see higher levels of education-themed research in Wales. There are so many Wales-specific education reforms ongoing, from the introduction of cross-disciplinary frameworks, the promotion of bilingualism, writing a new curriculum from the ground up and more. These reforms and processes would benefit from greater levels of academic scrutiny and analysis. Academic oversight will help us to chart a course to the future and learn the lessons from the past. Not only that, but we believe that other parts of the world would benefit from a greater insight into the work that those across the education sector are doing in Wales. During the course of the inquiry, we were pleased to see that the Welsh Government taking action in a number of areas that were of concern to us, particularly on teacher recruitment and workload. We also appreciate that delaying the introduction of the new curriculum will help more teachers prepare. We also acknowledge that the Welsh Government has put in place mechanisms for future change in many of these areas of concern. However, there is still more to do. We hope that our recommendations and conclusions help point the way to achieving the best possible environment for our teachers and, consequently, our learners in Wales. With this in mind, we were pleased to see that the Welsh Government accepted in principle all but 2 of our 25 recommendations. As a committee, we will be watching carefully to ensure that the Welsh Government delivers on these commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And can I thank the Chair of the Committee for opening the debate and summarising so well all of the themes within this report on such an important topic. The Chair is absolutely right. The success of our education system is down to the quality of the teachers that are in it. And I know that this is something that we all across this chamber feel passionately about. I have to say I was a little bit disappointed to read that so many of our recommendations had been only accepted in principle and not just fully accepted. I think there's some ambiguity around many of the responses that have been given, which seem to sidestep, even though it says accept in principle, sidestep in many ways the recommendations which we have made. But, you know, this is an important issue. We have to get to grips with making sure that we've got high-quality teachers, and we must also ensure, of course, that we bring new teachers into the profession that are ready to deliver on the ambitious programme that the Welsh Government has to transform our education system here in Wales. I mean, just this morning, we've seen reports in the media about the ongoing funding crisis in our schools. We know that, for every £1 that's spent on a school in England, Wales gets £1.20. And for me, it seems unbelievable that we have this significant spending gap now per learner, around £700, according to the unions, per child, per year. That's a huge spending gap, and of course I think that in part is leading to the demoralisation of the teaching workforce. So it came as no surprise to me when we look at the latest figures that we see that Wales is massively under-recruiting into teacher training places, and that, I believe, is one of the reasons behind that. We also know that it's not just about recruiting new people in with the right skills, but of course we've got to train those people up who are already within the workforce, giving them ongoing professional development opportunities, and to retain those very good teachers who are thinking about leaving. You know, we were alarmed during the course of the inquiry to see the National Education Workforce Survey results, which suggested that a third of teachers are thinking about exiting the profession within the next 3 years. So if you've got a shortage of new teachers coming into the profession, along with a third of teachers thinking about leaving the profession, you can see how a crisis is beginning to emerge. Of course, very happy to.
Could you help me talk to understand why spending is £700 less per pupil in Wales, when it's sort of health spending that's had the real cuts in Wales compared to England? And I had understood that local government had been treated relatively generously in Wales compared to England. Why hasn't that money flowed through from local government to schools?
Well, I think it's local decision makers obviously have a part to play in this. But on top of that, there have been some decisions by the Welsh Government to take certain grants out of the education funding landscape. We've seen with cuts to the minority, ethnic and gypsy traveller grants, for example, which are having a huge impact right now across the whole across the whole country. But of course, you know, at the end of the day, the cash is there, it is available to be spent, and it's disappointing to see that this funding gap has opened. We looked at the recruitment of ethnic minority background teachers, and I think it's very concerning, really, that just 69 teachers out of the 36,000 registered with the Education Workforce Council identify themselves as black, particularly when we know that young boys, particularly from black or Afro-Caribbean backgrounds, are underachieving so significantly. In addition to that, Gypsy traveller communities, we're not having sufficient numbers of people coming forward into teacher training from those communities either. So we've got to take some concerted action, and I don't believe that the Welsh Government's response on those things in particular has been sufficient. And I'd like to hear more about the research which you are conducting into these issues, Cabinet Secretary, in your response to the debate. Now, I know that the Welsh Government's taken some action to reduce the workload pressures on teachers, and I know that there's a good practice guide which has been issued. I'd like to see the outcomes of that, to see whether the approach that the Welsh Government is taking is working. There's been a positive development as well, of course, with the appointment of business managers to work not just within individual schools, but across a number of school sites too. And clearly some of the recommendations in our report looking for the evaluation of those projects are very, very important. But if I can just turn very briefly to professional standards. I am astonished, really, that the Government has rejected two very important recommendations around broadening the remit of the Education Workforce Council to allow them to be the custodians of professional standards in the future. We were alarmed by the complexity of the new professional standards and the way in which they are accessed. You know, effectively, it's over 100 slides on a PowerPoint that people have to fathom and interpret in order to determine whether they are meeting those professional standards. And the Education Workforce Council have told us that the new standards and the approach that's been taken is going to make it more difficult to enforce against people meeting those standards. So I'm very concerned about that, as I am that I am. It's just a very important point, and this is about the acceptance only in principle of the need to extend powers to suspend people from a safeguarding situation. I think that it is appalling that you've not just accepted that and aren't cracking on with it. We know that when people are accused of rape or child molestation... There's 5 minutes, come on, and I've allowed for you to have the intervention, so... I appreciate that. Yeah, well then can you wind up now in one sentence, please? The issue is there's a safeguarding problem. People who are accused of rape or child molestation, even if they are innocent, there should be a period during which they are suspended from the teaching register. That's not going to be the case at the moment in Wales because they don't have powers to do that. That needs to change. Thank you. Claire Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I will start by focusing on this point, on the barriers that exist in terms of the workforce taking advantage of CPD opportunities. And we know, and we've heard time and time again in the evidence that the committee took, that we need to create the time, we need to create the space within the teacher timetable to train and to share experiences and to look more objectively at their own work by going to listen to lessons in other schools, the ATL, the NEU as it is now. The union referred to the workload crisis, and as we've heard from the Chair, that was reflected in the survey that was issued by the committee on this very issue. Many of them said, 78% in fact said, that the main reason that they didn't take advantage of training opportunities was because of workload issues. And that is no surprise when we see that almost 90% of the workforce in another survey stated that they didn't succeed in managing their workload within the designated working hours. On average, teachers would work 50.7 hours per week, and part-time teachers working 35.8 hours a week. Estyn told us that teachers in Wales work far harder and work longer hours than teachers in any other nations, and that in turn leads to difficulties with 52,000 teaching days lost because of illness caused by stress in 2015 as compared to only 21,000 days back in 2009. And so the message is crystal clear in that regard. And Estyn has also said, of course, that if we are to give more focus on training and development, then that means that we need to place less focus on other things such as administration and bureaucracy. Now, given the contracting capacity, which is driven by reducing budgets and problems in recruitment and retention of teachers too, then finding that space and that time to leave the classroom for CPD and training is far more challenging and is a lot less likely to happen. And as has already been mentioned, the comments in the press today in terms of the funding of schools, well, in the evidence we also heard that getting the funds to pay for cover in the classroom to release teachers to attend training was also challenging. Now, the failings to meet targets in terms of teacher training is an area that the report focuses on, and I know it's an area that the government is very aware of, but whilst people do see a sector which is under stress, as it is at present, then it's no surprise, is it, that there is a recruitment problem. Yes, we can offer better financial incentives, and I know that the government would recognise itself that that isn't necessarily the solution in and of itself. We could perhaps deal with this condition of having to have a specific grade in GCSE maths before entering teaching. There's a dilemma there. I'm also uncomfortable with that, but we can look at that. But again, that in and of itself will not provide the solution, because the fundamental problem will persist. And until we see a reduction in this workload, the long working hours and the pressure, and much of it driven by assessment, and until we tackle those crucial issues, then the next generation will vote with their feet and the recruitment targets will continue to be missed. We unfortunately will still lose good teachers who will leave the profession, but there is an opportunity with the devolution of teachers' paying conditions for us to do more to tackle some of these issues, particularly the condition side of things. Now, I understand and I'm sensitive to the nervousness that exists in terms of varying pay on a regional basis, and I understand the nervousness about that, and myself and Plaid Cymru still say that we need to provide a premium to teachers and teaching assistants who are highly qualified. I think we can do that in any regard in order to attract and retain the best. But in terms of conditions, I think there is an opportunity now to look at how much time is available for teachers to train and to review this balance between teaching time, preparation time and CPD time. And there's no getting away from the fact that if we need to create that additional space to carry out the training, then we will need additional capacity and we will need additional resources to go along with that. Now, the Welsh Government has rejected or accepted in principle most of the recommendations. If you don't agree with the recommendations, then listen to the central message of the report, namely the concerns about the capacity within the system as a whole, the workload of teachers, and, of course, the fact that reducing budgets makes that a lot worse.
Thank you. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Teaching is a very important profession that's worthy of a huge amount of continued professional development, and yet the committee found that there's very little opportunity or take-up of continued training, and a number of speakers today have covered the reasons for that. That has to be a concern that effectively it could be possible for someone to enter into the profession aged 23 and be a teacher for 40 years with very little additional training along the way. As our knowledge of best practice improves and education changes alongside a changing society, it is inconceivable that a 3 or 4 year course prior to becoming a teacher will be enough to sustain a lifelong career that serves the teacher or the students well. It is therefore essential that teachers are given time for CPD. The purpose of continued professional development is about raising and maintaining standards of teaching. So while it is welcome that the Cabinet Secretary has accepted, at least in principle, almost all of the recommendations of the report, it's very disappointing that she's rejected recommendations 19 and 20, which are essentially about defining and clarifying acceptable teaching standards. How can we reassure parents that we have the educational needs of their children at heart when the Head of Education in Wales refuses the recommendations of a committee to help define what we expect from our teachers? The committee only asked her to consider the idea, an idea that would see a baseline of acceptable standards, but she refused to even consider it. What worries her so much about the implementation of minimum standards for teachers? There are minimum standards in many professions, and as the Cabinet Secretary won't stop telling us how important a profession she thinks teaching is, it seems very odd that she's not prepared to introduce official, minimum, measurable and verifiable standards, so we can be sure Welsh children are getting a decent education. So in conclusion, I back the report and the recommendations 100%. And I welcome the fact that the Cabinet Secretary accepts, at least in principle, almost all of the recommendations. And I would ask that rather than just accepting them in principle, she shows us the determination she claims she has and implements them all as soon as possible. And I urge her to accept recommendations 19 and 20. She clearly thinks the report has merit in every other aspect, but her dismissal of the proposal for tangible minimum standards throughout the career of a teacher is worrying and will do nothing to reassure Welsh parents that she's genuinely concerned about standards of teaching in Welsh schools. Thank you.
John Griffiths.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Lewydd. I just wanted to address a particular point, really, and it regards the importance of leadership in our schools, which we very regularly hear is vital, and I believe indeed it is. We must have the right leadership skills and the right leadership teams in place if we're going to make the sort of progress that we wish to see in our schools. And I want to relate that to the particular challenges in our more deprived schools, where I think particular leadership qualities perhaps are necessary. So I'm wondering whether the new National Academy for Leadership and indeed the new professional leadership standards might have a bespoke element that looks at the particular abilities that have been proven to work in our more deprived schools, where the leadership teams have the necessary skill sets, the necessary characteristics and abilities to really take those schools forward, whether we might recognise and identify those particular skills that are working in those schools, really making progress in our more deprived communities, and then seek to ensure that there are sufficient of those skills present in our staff, our leadership teams right across Wales, to ensure that all schools serving those more deprived communities succeed in the way that some are, those exhibiting best practice at the moment. So I think there is perhaps a particular need within the more general leadership skills and abilities that we want in Wales that would more effectively address those challenges in those schools. And these are issues that have been discussed, Deputy Lewydd, and I wonder whether the Cabinet Secretary and perhaps indeed our Chair might address the progress that could be made on those particular matters.
Thank you. And finally, Hefin David.
Thank you. I come from a family of teachers. My mum, my dad, my sister. I was the only one who didn't become a school teacher, but I was a university teacher instead. So these things are very close to my heart. I wanted to just identify a few recommendations that chimed with me from the discussions we had in committee and from the experiences that I've had myself. Recommendation 1, with regard to the undertaking work as a matter of urgency to ensure the whole workforce is prepared, I think is linked to recommendation 4, which should consider promoting greater use of peer-to-peer learning and encourage more development and training within the classroom. I think those two things go very well together, and I think if you're going to achieve preparation, it's got to be classroom-based. And I feel myself, if learning takes place, it takes place through experience. And sitting in a big lecture room being delivered, this is how you do it, is less useful than actually doing it. Recommendation 2 urges the Cabinet Secretary to ensure that learning from pioneer schools is shared more widely across the education profession as a whole to help ensure the education workforce is fully aware of developments prepared and reforms on the way, and there's an accepting principle there. One thing I'd say, I've had dialogue with the head teachers in the Caerphilly Borough, They meet regularly, and I met with them to talk about those who were pioneer schools and those who weren't. And I was a little concerned that the sharing of knowledge, at the stage I spoke to them last year, and I admit this was a year ago, they weren't at the point at which they were sharing knowledge as widely and as quickly as I would like to see. I know that the Cabinet Secretary has given assurances to committee since then that that has improved and things are changing, and I think it's something that the regional consortia are essential in ensuring that these things are happening effectively, linked again to recommendation 4 and peer-to-peer learning. I'd like to talk about recommendation 18, which says the Cabinet Secretary should consider the complexity and accessibility of the standards to ensure those across the profession have access to the standards in the format that is best for them and in a way that makes the use of standards simple to incorporate. And again, that was accepted, I think it was accepted in principle, if I just get to the right page. Yep, accepted. Thank you, Chair. Accepted in principle. And one of the issues with the standards, I want them to be a key part of a successful educational landscape, but at 106 pages, they're quite a hefty document. Now, I know exactly what the Cabinet Secretary will respond with. They're meant to be used interactively. I'm yet to see the interactive online use of this document. I wouldn't like to think that teachers would have to print out these standards and learn them. And also, some of the language used in the standards, I still believe, is rather opaque, especially for a teacher who's, at the end of a working day, very busy, is a bit frazzled and has little time to sit down and think. And I still am not convinced by the language used in the standards. And I felt that when Professor McWaters gave evidence to the committee, I felt he took a bit of a Panglossian approach to the use of the standards. He gave some very, very good evidence and very well presented, but I just felt that sometimes he was reluctant to face challenge slightly on how those standards might be difficult for a teacher to use if trying to use them quickly. Finally, recommendation 23 says the Cabinet Secretary should ensure there is greater support for the use of the Professional Learning Passport, given its potential and the resources already spent on it. I've actually been to the EWC and had a go at using the Professional Learning Passport. It clearly has a value. And in her response, she said that users need to be confident that the PLP meets practitioners' needs, so increasing numbers are convinced of the perceived value of engaging with the Professional Learning Passport. Definitely has a value, and particularly I wonder if it's used in conjunction with Hub. So, you know, it's as an online tool, if you've got a teacher in Conwy and a teacher in Caerphilly doing the same kind of lesson plans, it's an excellent tool to share that and prevent duplication, share good practice. What I'm not convinced is that it's been rolled out quite as widely and universally as it could be, and I don't think practitioners are currently buying into it. But they could, because it's a good tool. I've seen it, and I would welcome it if I was a teacher myself. And I think, therefore, the Cabinet Secretary should be extolling the virtues of the PLP, the Professional Learning Passport, and encouraging its take-up. So, on the whole, a very good response from the government to the report, other than in small parts in principle. I'd like to see some further acceptances. Michelle Brown's having a very late... and with that, I'll draw my remarks to a close.
Thank you. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kirsty Williams?
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Could I begin by thanking Lynn and fellow members of the committee for conducting this inquiry. I welcome their focus and added scrutiny in this hugely important area. I recognise that it is all very well establishing a transformational new curriculum, but of course, above all else, it is the quality of the teaching of that curriculum that will really make a difference to the children. That is what actually transforms young people's lives, and it's therefore essential our teaching profession are fully prepared and equipped when they start to teach this new curriculum. I believe that we have made significant inroads in supporting practitioners to realise the new curriculum. However, like the Chair said, I also recognise that there is a long way to go. Consequently, I have been able to accept the majority of the recommendations arising out of the inquiry. I recognise also that we cannot expect any teacher to be currently fully prepared for implementation of the new curriculum. I have to say that the committee's opening conclusion in this regard is merely a statement of fact. We are, of course, right in the middle of a collaborative approach to establishing and developing that curriculum. So we can't be in a position yet to have everybody ready because the curriculum itself is not fully ready at this point. Nonetheless, I recognise a number of the points that the committee has made, and I'd like to take this opportunity, Deputy Presiding Officer, to summarise some of the significant actions taken during the inquiry to address the core concerns regarding the readiness of the profession to implement the new curriculum. I am confident that our emphasis on leadership, professional learning and excellence will enable us to successfully deliver on our national mission of education reform. A phased approach to professional learning will ensure that we are equipped to respond to emerging development needs as pioneers begin to test that new curriculum this autumn. Wider testing will ensure practitioners at all levels are directly engaged in curriculum sense-making to increase professional confidence. And of course, one of the reasons I took the decision to change the way in which the curriculum was going to be rolled out is given us that crucial time to be able to build that confidence in the profession, especially in the secondary sector, where I think the challenge is greatest. Our continuing work with the OECD to enhance system capacity will support all schools through the transition to the new curriculum, and our innovative approach merits international recognition. No other country has fully embraced schools as learning organisations to support their reform journey. And the move to a national schools as learning organisations approach will ensure that all delivery tiers are using the same language and are modelling the same behaviours, accelerating the transition to a self-improving education system. And the committee will be able to find out more about this when the OECD study report on Wales in this area will be published in July of this year. That report will provide an indication of current improvement capacity in all of our schools to adapt to the new curriculum and areas that will require further action from myself as the Cabinet Secretary, from our middle tier and individual schools. Early findings of the study have already revealed a direct correlation between those schools that are strong with regards to schools as learning organisations and a high level of job satisfaction from the staff that work in those organisations. And when we talk about retention of teachers, developing this capacity within our system to be learning organisations as well bodes well for issues around some of the retention issues that members have raised in the debate this afternoon. Of course, our initial teacher education reforms are also crucial in this regard, and they will enable educational professionals to take a much more central role in shaping, delivering and leading change in the profession. And I also believe that will help create a more stable and high-quality system to enable institutions and individuals to flourish. With regards to some of the points members have made very briefly, members will be aware that I have established a Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Board to look at issues around recruitment into initial ITE schemes, to look at the questions of diversity that have been raised in the report, and crucially what we need to do to retain teachers within the system. Recommendation 14, Lynn mentioned the issue around exposing undergraduates to the potential as teaching as a career. We've already seen some very positive feedback from our Modern Foreign Language scheme, and I'm pleased to say that we'll be rolling this out to physics in the new academic year, and I hope to build on subject upon subject so we can get those bright, sparky undergraduates enthusing young people about their subjects and potentially turning on some of those young undergraduates to the prospect of what a rewarding career it is to be a teacher. There are few jobs in this world where individuals that you have worked with will remember you after your time. With all due respect to anybody here, I suspect it won't be the case for us. But I'm sure all of us can still name a teacher that had a fundamental impact on their lives. For me, it was Mr. Bury, but we've all got a Mr. Bury in our lives. And there are a few other professions where you can have that long-lasting impact on an individual. Darren, I've said before, it is not simply credible to make those direct comparisons because of the disintegration of the education system in England. You cannot make those direct comparisons between funding, but it is right to say there is a role for local authorities, and that's why I was disappointed to find Conservative councillors in my own authority just 2 weeks ago voting down amendments that would have seen an additional £1 million put into delegated budgets. I have no time, I need to move on, Darren. With regards to professional standards have been simplified, and we will continue to work with the EWC to explore issues around accessibility and the workability of those standards, and linking them into the professional learning passport, which I think, as you said, has the opportunity to be a really, really powerful tool in professional learning and sharing of good practice. With regards to the issue of safeguarding, which is a very important point, and if I may, Deputy Presiding Officer, I'd like to explore this a bit more fully. In the first instance, I would wish to see the EWC, as an independent body, undertake their own consultation with the 80,000 registrants that they have and the wider education sector. I would then like to use that evidence to look at the opportunity to amend the Education Wales Act of 2014. So I want to see that evidence come in, a consultation not carried out by me, but a consultation carried out on behalf of the profession by that professional body to look at the evidence that comes back in. But I'm not ruling out making changes as has been highlighted by the committee. Can I just say, Michelle, I am absolutely content and confident that the standards that we have provide a very clear baseline for teacher performance. NQTs cannot successfully pass induction without demonstrating that they meet all the relevant descriptors, and those descriptors continue to act as a baseline throughout the teacher's career by setting out what is required of them to undertake their role effectively. And we should actually make a distinction between these professional teaching standards and issues around competency and how one deals with competency in a classroom. The majority of teachers and leaders will reflect on their practice in relation to those 5 standards, and for those practitioners who wish to deepen their practice, the upper level descriptors provide an aspirational focus for professional development going forward. We do need a national approach to ensure that there is a consistency across our nation, and I hope that by September of this year we will be able to be very clear to this chamber and to the profession about what that national approach will look like. It will need to have an element of generic training with regards to the curriculum, but we will need to deep dive below that for subject specialists and for stage specialists, and by September I think we'll be in a position to do that. John, leadership is absolutely key to that. There is nothing more demoralising for a teacher to be working in an institution with poor leadership. That adds to your workload, and it adds to the stress that you may find in your institution. I was delighted last week to meet the first set of associates for our new Leadership Academy. I'm hugely inspired by them and the contribution that I think that they will bring. But accrediting training and support for those teachers who are asking to work in our toughest communities is something that I'm very keen that the new academy would look to explore. There are a number of things, there are a number of areas where we need those specific skills, whether that's working in some of our toughest communities, whether that's the challenge of running a through school, whether that's the challenge of being an executive head, where maybe you have the head of 3 or 4 schools. So there's a whole set of things that we need to look at in that regard. Presiding Officer, in the words of the curriculum scholar Lawrence Stenhouse, there can be no curriculum development without teacher development. I am very clear on that. As far as I'm concerned, the two go hand in hand, and that's why this committee's report is very useful as we develop policy in this area.
I call on Lynn Eagle to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank all the members who've contributed to the debate this afternoon, and also thank the Cabinet Secretary for her response. I will try and cover some of the main points that were made by members. I very much welcome Darren Miller's reinforcement of the message that the role of teachers and the quality of teaching is actually fundamental if we're going to improve the standards in our schools. That's a very welcome acknowledgement. Darren, you also raised some of the issues that have come out through the inquiry around funding. Those issues are also emerging in our current inquiry about targeted funding to improve educational outcomes, and I know that we'll want to keep those issues under review, including the issues around gypsy traveller children and minority ethnic learners. You've expressed your disappointment about some of the recommendations around the Education Workforce Council. The one recommendation was rejected, but I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for the assurances that she's given this afternoon. And again, I think we will want to keep that under review. I know that you feel very strongly about the power to suspend, but that was accepted in principle, and I know that there is ongoing dialogue about that. And again, that's something that I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will want to keep us updated on. Cleve Griffith, thank you for your contribution. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the first minute of it because there was a problem with the translation, but I'm sure it was excellent. If I can just say that, and I will catch up on it later. You very eloquently highlighted some of the pressures that we heard from our teaching profession and the impact that that's having in terms of absence and stress. I think we would all agree it's absolutely crucial that those issues are tackled. One of the things I'm very pleased to know is that the Cabinet Secretary has commissioned research from the Beaufort Research and NFER Cymru, which is going to look in more detail at those issues, and I think that will be very valuable. Michelle Brown also expressed some concern about some of the recommendations that had been rejected, notably 19 and 20, and I think I've covered that. But I welcome Michelle Brown's reinforcement of the need to improve continuing professional development for teachers across the board. John Griffiths has been a very vocal advocate of the need to improve leadership in schools throughout the inquiry, and in particular to focus on the needs of our most deprived communities. And I'm sure, like me, he'll have been very pleased to hear the Cabinet Secretary reference that in her response. Hefin David has also been a very passionate advocate for the need for peer-to-peer learning and for the need for there to be more reflective practice in our schools. So it was good to see that picked up in the debate today. He's also been a very strong advocate of the professional learning passport, which we have made recommendations on, and I hope that the Cabinet Secretary will be able to, as she looks at this whole area, look very carefully at that issue. The committee did have some concerns about the complexity of the professional standards, which Hefin has alluded to. I think we recognise that it is a work in progress, and that is something that we will be wanting to return to going forward. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary again for her response and for the update on the initiatives that are ongoing. And I would also like to thank our clerking team, who, as usual, have been absolutely fantastic with this inquiry. I think we all recognise that if we're going to get the school system that we want and our kids deserve, that the quality of teaching and supporting teachers is absolutely fundamental, and this will continue to be a major theme of the committee's work going forward. Thank you very much.
The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36, which brings us to the Plaid Cymru debate on young people and communities, and I call on Simon Thomas to move the motion. Thank you very much, Llywydd, and I'm very pleased to be able to put forward this motion today in the name of Rhina Piorwerth, and the debate gets to grips with one of the major social and economical and cultural issues of our time, namely outward migration of young people from many of our communities, and the number of communities across Wales that are suffering because of that outward migration. Now, very often evidence that is used to discuss this issue is anecdotal, but the government's figures itself give a disheartening picture of the truth in some authorities in Wales, and I'd like to look at some of those authorities, those that I represent. So if you were to look at Ynys Môn, Gwynedd, Ceredigion and Carmarthen, the part of Wales that we have been battling for, this concept of Arfor, of bringing the authorities together to take action economically over the past decade, 117,000 young people between 15 and 29 have left those local authority areas, which corresponds to over 55% of all outward migration. So half the people who've left those coastal authorities in West Wales, over half of those are young people, and that's over 100,000 of them. We can't afford to lose so many young people from our western areas, our rural areas, and Welsh-speaking areas as well, and still have that dream of 1 million Welsh speakers. It's clear that we need to get to grips with this problem. If we look at Ceredigion itself, Llywydd, the area that you represent, and me on a regional basis, then the situation, if anything, is even worse. A county with 2 universities in it, but 3,670 young people left the county in 1 year alone, namely 1995 to 1996. And if you look at the figure in the last census, that corresponds to 20% of the entire young people leaving Ceredigion. Now, that's a genuine brain drain from that county. Now, 1 in 5 people in Ceredigion leaves the county every year, according to that Spot survey, with many of them not returning unless they retire after working somewhere outside of the county. Now, the effect on the Welsh language is something that we can lament, but it's also to be seen in the figures. Since the 1991 census, the number of Welsh speakers on average in the 4 counties, as I've mentioned, in the west, has fallen in every one. In Anglesey from 62% to 57%, in Gwynedd from 72% to 65%, in Ceredigion from 59% to under half of the population, and in Carmarthenshire, which saw the largest fall, which is the fall from 55% to 44%, and that's where the language ceases to be the community language, indigenous language. Now, in the report in Carmarthenshire published in 2014, the decline in the Welsh language was demonstrated, and it was shown that the outward migration of young people from Carmarthenshire, once they've left school, had led directly to the decline in the Welsh language, and that was prepared by the County Council itself. And in Carmarthenshire, according to the 2001 census, the number of residents 13 to 15 years of age was around 8,020, but by the 2001 census, the number had fallen over 10,000. So in a year, almost 1,000 people have left Carmarthenshire in a single census period. And so a number of young people, significant number of people, are leaving in these westerly counties, and the decline that we see in the percentage of Welsh speakers has been a constant pattern over many decades, and is partly responsible for the decline in the Welsh language as a whole.
This trend is not limited to the western part of the country or even to Welsh language communities, though it is most pronounced and obvious in those communities. If we take Cardiff, for example, there's been a 12% net inflow of young people into Cardiff, whereas, as I said, in Ceredigion, we've seen an almost 20% outflow. Something is driving this, and it isn't just economics, it's also culture and it's also education. And these all need to be tackled if we are to strengthen our communities and the role of young people in our communities. So we do need an all-Wales approach, and in this debate I will set out, but more specifically some of my colleagues will set out, some specific ideas within the concept of Ardvo and in the concept of some of the other policies we have to reverse this worrying trend. So some of those might include better support for business startups, because clearly young people who may be leaving their communities are entrepreneurial in their own attitudes. They may be, they're leaving with something that's quite safe and familiar to them, going elsewhere, and that sort of spirit can be perhaps matched and used within their own communities, perhaps in the field of digital or transport infrastructure, something that gives them the opportunity to remain at least within somewhere around their locality, but use their entrepreneurial or their interest, a cultural interest in wider opportunities. Second element of this is to either enhance or relocate some national institutions in areas of Wales which require greater job opportunities. Sian Gwenllian has fought very hard to retain Welsh Government jobs in Carnarvon, for example. This is part of why we do this. A new regional approach to retain young people in areas under particular pressure as regards outward migration. That's the Arfor concept, which we negotiated some resources for, which I think have been increased, actually, as the local authorities in those areas have seen the possibility of working together along the Western Seaboard to better enhance their communities. And specifically to respond positively to the Diamond Review's recommendation to incentivise students who study away to return to Wales after graduation. Clearly, the farming community and rural communities are also an important part of this, Llywydd, and we recently secured £6 million as part of our budget agreement with the Welsh Government for a Young Farmers Grant Scheme, which I'm pleased to see has now been announced by the Welsh Government and publicity is starting to flow out. But we need to build on that, for example, to get hold of the lack of banking facilities in many rural communities to enhance people's ability to gain bank loans, to enable them to take part in schemes like this, and to attract new entrants to a vital industry where just 3% of farmers are aged under 35. We also will be looking at health and education in these reports, and I don't want to repeat what might be in the speeches of Fiona Fiodworth and Lleir Griffith, but we know from our research that here in Wales we have the lowest percentage of homegrown undergraduates, for example, being trained in medical skills, and we also know that we are in effect funding an out-migration of our best students out of Wales with our own public policy money. There are good reasons for that, but there are good reasons as well to go back to the Diamond Review and the central feature of Plaid Cymru's manifesto, which is about attracting graduates back to Wales and seeing those skills that they have had invested in them by Welsh investment from Welsh Government money back to the Welsh economy, back to developing our own ideas. I very much look forward to this debate because I hope it will be a debate that will be taken in the spirit in which it's meant, which is that we have an ongoing crisis about youth opportunities, in effect, in many parts of Wales, and we need to address that. I will address the amendments when we come to the end of the debate. I will respect people's opinions to explain those amendments to us in one or two cases, but certainly we hope to be able to give this Assembly over the next hour or so some positive ideas for how we go and help tackle the outward migration of young people, but more importantly, give opportunities for our young people in their own communities.
I have selected the 3 amendments to the motion, and if Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2 and 3 will be deselected. And if Amendment 2 is agreed, Amendment 3 will be deselected. I therefore call on Michelle Brown to move Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Neil Hamilton. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While Plaid's motion is well-meaning and the kind of thing that should be supported, I must point out that it's a bit rich of them to be criticising Labour failures over the last decades when until the end of last year Plaid were openly propping them up via their compact and before that by the One Wales coalition agreement. However, Plaid have highlighted a long-term problem. But it's a problem that can only be solved through the creation of jobs, which in turn is reliant on a prosperous business sector. And neither Plaid nor Labour treat businesses with anything other than contempt or ignorance. That is why UKIP's amendment calls on the Welsh Government to work with the UK Government to create well-paid jobs for young people in Wales's communities by taking real action. Reducing mass immigration will encourage businesses to train the current available workforce, as well as promote wage growth, and was a clear factor in the EU referendum debate. Reducing tax and regulation on businesses has the obvious effect of freeing up money to invest in employment and training, and would make us a more attractive place to base a business than any other part of the UK. More businesses would come here and bring job opportunities with them. Those of us who have worked in the private sector know the realities of the commercial world, and if it creates jobs and opportunities for young Welsh people, then tax cuts for businesses is a step well worth taking. The same has to be said for dropping the decarbonisation agenda and subsidies. It's all very well to say that we should all play our part, and of course we should, but the obsessive virtue signalling that Plaid and Labour have indulged in over the years is costing our people a great deal of money while having a negligible effect on global carbon levels. When I read Labour's self-congratulatory amendment, I was struck by the fact that they still don't get it. Really, they still don't get it. After all this time and criticism, they're still unaware that there's a problem. For example, nowhere in their amendment is any mention of the obvious and dire need to spread improvements across Wales. To be fair, Plaid's motion does do that, and it makes reference to regionality. But this government's amendment doesn't address it at all. They're content to do nothing to encourage planners and policymakers to take steps to stimulate prosperity in areas other than cities. This is such a significant problem for Wales that Labour's admission of it can only be because they have no answer to it. It is important to remember, but I suspect you won't when you argue again. I'm sorry, I've missed a bit. The final point of UKIP's amendment relates to foreign aid, and I'm sure a number of you will speak about that later. But it's important to remember, and I suspect you won't when you argue against it, is that what we're talking about here is non-humanitarian foreign aid. There's nothing unfair about telling a charity boss who's earning 100k a year that we won't fund a non-essential project of his because our young people are struggling to find jobs, even on the minimum wage, and we need to help them instead. In all, UKIP's amendment takes the Plaid motion and adds detail to it, detail that isn't otherwise there. It offers radical solutions to a serious problem, a problem that clearly requires radical solutions since none of the half-hearted attempts by Labour supported by Plaid have made a jot of difference. I urge members to finally take a bold step and back our amendments. Thank you.
I call on Darren Miller to move Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Paul Davis.
So, can I move the amendment on behalf of my colleague Paul Davis, tabled in the, for the Welsh Conservatives? Obviously, you would expect us not to be supporting the original motion, given that it's got some congratulations in there to Plaid Cymru. That's not something which we're prepared to do, but we understand the spirit in which it's been laid, and it is right and proper that you've raised some very important issues. We certainly won't be supporting the UKIP amendment either, particularly given the focus on cutting the foreign aid budget, because we all know that foreign aid actually serves the UK's national interests very, very well indeed, and it's the international aid budget is an important part of our overseas mission, if you like, in order to influence the world. And I think it's very important to recognise that, and that's why we will not be supporting your amendment. And of course, we won't be supporting either the government's amendment, which, again, as has already been pointed out, is rather self-congratulatory and doesn't seem to recognise that we have a problem here which needs to be addressed. Now, if I can speak for a few moments to our amendment. Of course, we're calling upon the National Assembly to welcome what is a very ambitious UK government industrial strategy, a strategy which sets out opportunities, we believe, in order to turn the situation around so that young people throughout Wales can have more opportunities to get decent jobs which will help to keep them in our nation. Yes.
Are you therefore ashamed that the strategy doesn't actually highlight steel and the importance of steel, particularly in the Welsh economy, which does provide opportunities for young people, because Tata are taking on 85 apprentices this year for that purpose, and yet, by the fact they're not supporting steel shows that they actually aren't interested in the engineering sector at all.
Look, as you well know, the UK government is fully supportive of the British steel industry, and just this last week it's been speaking out against the tariffs which are being imposed there in the United States. And I think it's important that you should listen more carefully to the UK government and the important job that it has done in championing the Welsh steel industry and the wider steel industry across the UK. But of course, the industrial strategy does point to the need for more opportunities for people to undertake vocational training and qualifications, including many more apprenticeships. And I think, we need to be very concerned, actually, that for all the lip service that's paid to vocational qualifications in this chamber, on all sides of the House, we're not yet in a position where vocational training and qualifications have the parity of esteem with academic qualifications. And we know that the practical experience that young people get when they have access to good, high-quality vocational training can set them up into careers and give them an advantage, actually, over those individuals who have undertaken purely academic routes into their chosen career subjects. In addition to that, as well, of course, we're expressing this concern about the fact that many Welsh graduates earn less here than in other parts of the UK. I think it's an absolute tragedy that only 68% of graduates from Welsh universities earned over £21,000 in full-time employment, the lowest of any of the UK nations and regions, and that only 55% of people who studied at Welsh universities were working in Wales 3.5 years later. We've got to create more opportunities to keep that talent here in Wales. And I think, that what we see in other parts of the UK is individuals who are going from Wales to study elsewhere and end up settling over there because they've got better economic opportunities. That cannot be right, and we need to address it. In addition to that, of course, we've identified one thing which we think would help to make Wales more attractive for young people, and that, of course, is our Green Card proposal, which we laid out before the National Assembly some time ago, late last year, where we have suggested that we help our young people with support in accessing public transport in order to get them around. We know that Wales is a rural nation. It's very costly to travel long distances to work, and I think that the least that we can do is to give them free bus travel and reduced fares on our rail services. Our proposals have been welcomed by the Confederation of Passenger Transport here in Wales. Arriva Buses have spoken very positively about our proposals, and of course they could help to sustain bus services where they are currently threatened because of a lack of investment from local transport grants which have not been made available by local authorities. Young people face the highest insurance costs of anybody else when they go to insure their car. So these transport costs are a barrier to young people staying in Wales. We need to address them, and so I hope that you will recognise that our amendment seeks to bring some solutions to the table, and that's why I'm happy to move it.
I call on the Minister for Children and Social Care to move formally Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Julie James.
Formally.
Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. I wish to make a short contribution. I understand and support the intent behind Plaid's motion, but I want to suggest that it's perhaps rather conservative and orthodox in its focus. Rather than trying to retain young people by relocating national institutions or giving grants to farmers, I think we need to be looking far more clearly at the challenges we know that are coming our way. So I want to suggest two areas where I think the National Assembly ought to be focusing if we want to achieve what we all aspire to, of making young people feel that they can stay in their communities to create a career rather than feeling that they have to depart. Can you just make some progress with respect? I haven't finished my opening paragraph yet. I'm happy to take an intervention.
You've already said something I disagree with.
Excellent. Well, you often say things I disagree with. That's the nature of debate. So let me just make my point and then we can discuss it. So, for example, I think one of the things we should be seizing on for our rural communities is not simply giving grants of £40,000, rather unfocused to the young farmers to set up businesses, but to focus that funding on what we know are going to be industries and the challenges of the future. I speak particularly of precision agriculture, which this National Assembly has already agreed we should develop a national strategy for, and the Welsh Government has yet to do anything about it. But I think that precision agriculture not only has the ability to allow our farmers to become much more productive, it also, excitingly, has the ability to create industries in rural Wales where we service this technology, where we create the software, where we maintain the machinery, and where we build new global industries which are particularly calibrated to the type of rural conditions we have in Wales, which exists in other parts of the world. That's where I think the focus should be, not in the same old thinking, but in looking at how we can look at new developments. We've discussed before in this chamber the remarkable results that have been achieved through precision agriculture in New Zealand, where they've managed to increase their exports to China by 470% in 1 year by harnessing precision agriculture. And there's good work happening in Wales on this. In the Gehiair College, part of Coleg Sir Gar, there is some really innovative work going on, which both helps the environment and helps to create added values. So I would make the argument that in future we should be targeting support that we can agree between ourselves on these potential future growth areas, rather than simply doing the same old thing time and again. And the other thing I want to suggest that would help achieve the intent of this motion is something we've also discussed. Can I just make
on that point?
Okay.
Okay. I agree with you. The strategy of having, around precision agriculture is great, but couldn't some of those grants to the young farmers be used in specific areas as pilot studies for that?
Well, I warmly welcome that. That is not in the scheme that's been agreed between the government in Plaid Cymru, as I understand it. If there was able to be a much sharper focus on that, I think that would be an excellent thing. But that is not what I understand has been agreed. But if you're willing to tell me I'm wrong, I'd be delighted to put that on the record. But you know, if it's not too late to shape this, I would certainly happily work with Plaid Cymru to try and influence the government in this direction, because that's where I think our support should be being put. And then the second point, which we've also discussed in this chamber, is around the idea of the foundational economy, which could help rural areas. We have put far too much emphasis over many years on orthodox approaches to attracting industry in, and I think we've debated many times on the need to harness the everyday businesses and economies that exist in our communities. The businesses are there because the people are there, the ones, the industries that fuel the food that we eat, the homes we live in, and the care that we receive. And these account for 4 in 10 jobs. And we need a far sharper focus on this. And I was very disappointed in the government's economic action plan, which talks about foundational sectors almost as a sleight of hand for not addressing the need to harness the foundational economy, which is a different paradigm shift approach to the way we do economic development in this country. And I was very disappointed that, having given the impression of supporting that idea, in fact, that idea is not being supported in the economic action plan. That, I think, is the sort of thing we can develop to give people incentives to stay in their communities and to have an ambition around both those things, that there can be a future for future generations in the communities that people were grown up with. So I think we need to move away from the established solutions and think a little more imaginatively.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. I count myself as being very lucky to be living on the island where I was brought up. I've lived in Cardiff, I've lived in London, I've spent time working overseas, but I chose to return to Anglesey around 13 years ago. And it does mean a lot to me. Everyone's different, of course. Wherever you are in the world, there are young people who can't wait to leave their square mile, who want to go and see the world, to break free from the shackles of their youth. And I don't doubt that I myself felt the same when I was in my teens. And we're certainly not asking the young people of Wales to limit their horizons here. But many young people, as they turn into slightly older people, they do see value in their community, in their square mile, but they find themselves in a situation where they can't see how they can settle in their communities, in their square miles, and the situation where young people who would want to stay in their square mile and see that they don't have any options and no choice but to leave, then that is heartbreaking. And I'm living in the midst of it, and I'm not content to just accept that that's the way it is and that we can't do anything about it, because there are things that we can do, and I'm very pleased to be part of this debate this afternoon so that we can discuss some of these ideas, and ideas from across the parties, hopefully. We do have to ensure that there are homes for our young people. We have to ensure that there are training opportunities available, and we have to ensure that jobs are available to promote small businesses, to promote entrepreneurship. I agree entirely with the member for Llanelli, to promote innovation, not just in the policies that we create here, but in what's happening at a grassroots level, on the ground, so that our rural communities in Wales as a whole are a cradle of innovation, an exciting place to live and work in. I remember when Anglesey Aluminium closed, good friends of mine left the island, the schools lost children, my children lost friends, and those families were heartbroken. And I think of one family in particular who returned to the nuclear industry, as it happens. I'll refer to nuclear quickly. There are honourable people who are opposed to nuclear, but I am willing to collaborate with the new Wylfa development. I am not a cheerleader for nuclear at all. I would far prefer to see investment going into renewable energy, but there are young people there who perhaps have the skills, and please do help us to get that industry here in the future. They want to stay in Anglesey, and I want them to stay, and there is a mix that we need to look at in that regard. But I'll turn to another area that's important to me, which is opportunities in healthcare. Perhaps you will have heard me, Sian Gwenllian and others talking perhaps that we want to see a medical education facility in Bangor. I know that that's something that we've said very often, but we do need to train more doctors, and we need to do that in rural parts of Wales. Less than a third of students in medical schools in Wales come from Wales. The figure is 80% in Northern Ireland, and in England, I think it's around 50% or more in Scotland. I've seen figures that show that almost 3/4 of our young people in Wales who want to go into medicine end up working in the NHS in England. Now, that brain drain is something that should frighten every one of us. It's a general brain drain. We're losing far too many of our brightest young people, our capital, human capital. We're losing the social contribution that they can make. But of course, the NHS needs them as well. We're short of doctors. I'll mention some statistics here. Now, one study... No, it's a series of studies that shows that what contributes to where doctors work in terms of their commitment to rural areas, in one, whether they have a rural background themselves. Second, the access to rural medicine during their studies. And third, training targeted towards working in a rural area. Now, in Norway, 56% of graduates from medical schools in Tromsø, right in the north of Norway, remain in those rural areas. Of those who've been brought up in those rural areas, the percentage is even higher, 82%. According to the figures that I have, we need to train doctors in rural parts of Wales to keep them in rural ways. And that's only one part of the picture I could give that could give new energy to our rural areas and Wales as a whole, because we can't afford to lose our young people.
Sargent.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank Plaid Cymru for bringing forward this important debate today. I'm glad that as a young member of this Assembly, I'm able to contribute to this debate about young people and about future generations. I want to use my time today in this debate to focus on employment and lifelong learning, and how we can ensure we continue to have young people that contribute to Welsh communities. Many of you know that before I entered this place, I was a research and development engineer based at a company on Deeside Industrial Estate. Before that, I started off as an apprentice machinist, supported by Welsh Government funding and my sponsor employer. Now, doing an apprenticeship gave me the opportunities that I wouldn't have had if I would have gone directly to university. That said, I was very lucky enough to have the opportunity to get my degree, again, through the Welsh Government and my sponsor, and support from my sponsor employer. We know that we need to make our economy as open as possible for young people, but we shouldn't have a one-size-fits-all approach. So, regardless of who you are and where you come from, you should have access to good quality employment. You should have the support to go to university. You should have access and the opportunity to take a high-quality apprenticeship, and you should have the support to become an entrepreneur and start your own business. And finally, you should have the support to get continued professional development in whatever profession you are or choose to follow. We need to be a country that welcomes and celebrates young people, that have a wide range of different skills and skill sets. I remember very fondly during the campaign at the by-election in February, visiting a local primary school in my constituency where I met a group of young children who were part of the school's youth parliament. Hugh joined me on that visit, and it was a great visit, and I'm sure he was very proud to join me and see those young children there on that day. Now, one of the questions I asked them was what they wanted to do when they grew up, and what was their future planned. Now, it was a very difficult question, and it's a very difficult question for all ages to answer. But they all had different hopes and ambitions for the future. Each one of them had a different idea at that point in time of what they wanted to do when they grew up. We are letting them down as a government, as a country, if we do not support our future generations and if we do not take advantage of that amazing potential that we have in Wales. Each one of them children in that school on that day, and Hugh will back me up with this, and each child across the country can contribute to the success of our special communities right across Wales. Thank you.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. Plaid Cymru, of course, believes that Welsh students should be able to study in the world's best universities and have every opportunity to live and work abroad. We also recognise that we need to tackle the problem that Wales at the moment is suffering a net loss of graduates, while simultaneously, of course, we do have skills gaps in crucial sectors such as medicine and the other STEM subjects, and we heard reference to those yesterday and today in the Chamber. Now, according to a report published by the Resolution Foundation in August of last year, Wales attracted almost 24,000 graduates between 2013 and 2016, but over 44,000 left. That's a deficit of 20,000. Now, the only area where that difference was greater was Yorkshire and Humberside and the northeast of England, and the Diamond Review has recognised, as we've already heard, quite clearly the need to attract graduates to live and work in Wales, and Diamond recommended that the Welsh Government should encourage students to bring their skills back or to retain their skills here for the benefit of Wales, and he insisted that the Welsh Government should consider how this could be achieved in order to allow the cancellation of the loans, student loans of those working in posts in Wales where there was a need for such a repayment. Now, we're still awaiting the government's response to that recommendation to all intents and purposes. Now, Plaid Cymru favours a move from supporting students through the student support programme to maintenance, because we are aware of the maintenance costs, which are a barrier to many in accessing university education in the long term, of course. Like everyone else would agree, I'm sure, that we should ensure that there is education available free of charge for all. But the reality is that the situation persists where we have failed to tackle this brain drain as a nation. We're losing this crucial information from our economy as young people leave to study elsewhere, and far too often they don't return.
Point that it's not only young graduates that need to be considered as those who have the vital skills to contribute to the Welsh economy. Of course, over two-thirds of young people don't go to university. And we as a party have mooted the youth basic income, of course, which would be based on 4 key pillars. A guaranteed job in the first place, preferably, but that's clearly not always possible. The other options would be a true national citizen service, a paid 12-month placement similar to the AmeriCorps model, support for both higher and further education, removing some of the artificial divides between the two in doing so, and the option, of course, of a new enterprise allowance, assisting young people to start new businesses. Now, we can learn some of these lessons from trials being carried out elsewhere. Finland is trialling a universal basic income, and feasibility studies are being carried out in Scotland as well, where 4 councils are building the first pilot schemes in the UK, supported by a £250,000 grant announced by the Scottish Government. And in terms of a basic income for young people, last summer, New Zealand's The Opportunities Party proposed a universal basic income policy for young people aged between 18 and 23 to support their transition into adulthood. And young people there would receive $10,000 per year, divided into weekly instalments of $200 to support them in that critical period of self-development. Nawr, faint ohonon ni fan hyn sy'n cofio...
How many of us here remember the Llwybro Pathways project some years ago that tracked young people and promoted opportunities for them to return to Wales? You would register with the scheme, and if you had specific qualifications that had moved away, if there were opportunities that demanded those qualifications in the area where you were brought up, you would be informed of that, and there would be an opportunity for you to apply for those posts and to return. Now, I'm aware in India, where depopulation in rural areas with out-migration to the cities is a huge problem. There is a specific scheme there to keep those connections between one who has skills, let's say you're an accountant working in the city, that you retain that connection with your home community, where you can perhaps use some of those skills to help local committees with their annual audits and so on. There's a great deal we can do, and that figure of 117,000 people having left the Western region was very striking, and it brought to mind a scheme run by one local authority in the west of Ireland that responds directly to depopulation, where they proactively work to attract people back. They are almost a recruitment agency, but they're also a marketing agency that packages an offer. Come back to work in a green, healthy area, an environmentally friendly area, where with the rural schools, the classes are smaller and the pupil-teacher ratio is smaller. And it's a marketing campaign almost, where they package the offer in a very attractive way to attract those people back to those communities. Now, there are suggestions in the motion, but the foundation of the motion ultimately is that the Welsh Government has to be far more creative in tackling this problem, which is a very real problem within our communities.
Leanne Wood.
I welcome Plaid Cymru's debate on young people and communities in Wales, and in particular I welcome the emphasis on tackling the outward migration of young people from our communities to other parts of Wales or to the UK or to the rest of the world. Immigration is one factor affecting the demographics of our society, but emigration is where a devolved government can make more of a difference through housing policy, through higher education policy, and a whole range of policy levers mentioned in the Plaid Cymru motion available this afternoon. It's important to begin by recognising the right of young people to live, to work, to travel and to study across a wide range of territories. At no point do we want to seek to limit young people's wider horizons. But we want the retention of young people to be recognised as a goal for public policy. For those who have moved away, we want to incentivise them to return to Wales. And for those who have moved within Wales, we want to ensure that job opportunities are available as evenly as possible right throughout the country. So two main goals of public policy should be to retain a higher number of young people in Wales nationally, and to ensure a healthy distribution of young people across the country, with particular attention to rural and semi-urban areas. I'd like to mention the specific situation in the former coalfield. Looking at the statistics, the local authorities in the former South Wales coalfield have usually experienced a net loss of 15 to 29-year-olds over each of the past 5 years. Rhondda Cynon Taf has occasionally experienced a small net inflow of 15 to 29-year-olds, but not often. In Blaenau Gwent, in Merthyr Tydfil, Caerphilly, Neath and Talbot, there is a consistent net loss of 15 to 29-year-olds. We know that young people will travel to bigger cities for work or to study, but these numbers, which include people in their late 20s, could look far healthier if we were able to provide more job opportunities closer to people's home communities. The location of young adults shouldn't simply be left to the market to decide. The market is clearly failing, and when the market fails, there should be government intervention in the form of incentives and opportunities to ensure that we have vibrant communities in place of declining communities. So why does Plaid Cymru believe this? Why does it matter where people live and work? Young people, especially young adults, contribute to the resilience of communities. They are a barometer as to how viable a community is. They contribute to population growth, either by themselves or as families, which sustain services like schools, GP surgeries, shops, pubs and so on. And everyone in this chamber who represents a former industrial-type community will know that we have seen a number of those services wither away as our population growth has stagnated. Llywydd, I would like to see changes to the planning system which enable affordable housing to be developed, targeted specifically at young people. I would like to see public sector jobs located in areas which need a helping hand to stimulate other economic activity. And I would also urge the government to improve the digital infrastructure so that people can work closer to home and can start businesses within their own communities. I don't think the amendments from government or from the other opposition parties go far enough. Mentioning incentives that have already happened won't make a difference. Mentioning governments from a decade ago won't make any difference. We need new ideas, and I urge this Assembly this afternoon to endorse Plaid Cymru's ideas in this motion today.
I call on the Minister for Children and Social Care, Hugh Ranker-Davies.
Delighted to take part in this debate today and welcome the spirit and the wide-ranging, actually, contributions to this debate as well. We may disagree at the end of this on where our voting preferences will lie, but I think it's quite healthy in terms of the debate that we've had such a quite wide range across the sphere here, range of suggestions on how, if I can just borrow Jack's contribution for a moment, how we become a country that welcomes and celebrates young people, and also, I have to say, retains them and wants them to come. And I say this as somebody myself who was born in Gowerton, moved away, went away to university, came back and worked, went away again with work, came back, went away again with work and came back. I don't like that whole... I filled a lot into these years, I'll tell you. But part of it has been because of the availability of economic opportunities within my own communities. Part of it, I have to say as well, has been the draw of Wales, the desire to come home. And I would say something before I return to the individual contributions, of which there have been many in this debate. It is interesting. Sometimes we have doom and gloom and despair about everybody flowing out from Wales, absolutely disappearing. And yet, I am a classic example if somebody's done this, and if we look at graduates of Wales, the majority of Welsh graduates remain or return to Wales after they've studied. The majority do. If we look at 3/4 of Welsh leavers from UK universities in employment 6 months, this is 2016 figures, 6 months after graduation, were working in Wales. They've made a positive choice. And I can actually see this in my own constituency, I can tell you this. Sony, which have been through massive changes over the year, one of the things they have is the Sony Pencoed Technology Park. They have about 30 companies there, some high-tech digital as well as manufacturing, right at the cutting edge of technology. And I spoke to 3 individuals there who'd set up a company, and this company are global leaders in supplying the batteries that work the mobile antennae around the country there, but they're global leaders. And the 3 of them, one is Canadian, one is from Cardiff, and one is from India. All 3 of them studied at Cardiff University, in business, in engineering, etc. They all chose to actually stay in Wales and work. Now, that's what we need to see more of. We can see what, I often use this phrase, we can see what good looks like. Sorry, Darren, I'll take the intervention you were saying.
I appreciate that the majority are, but it's only just a majority. 45%, 3.5 years after they graduate, are not staying in Wales and are not coming back to Wales. Surely that is a matter of concern for you, as is the level of salary that those individuals have as well, with 68% not getting £21,000 or more.
Yeah, and we need to do more. I'll come to some of the things both that were touched on in the debate and also what we are already doing as well. Because we've touched on out-migration, clearly. The impact of the Welsh language is key, without a doubt. And it's more specific to certain areas as well. There are flows of Welsh language. Welsh language is increasing in some areas. In some areas, it's declining, including in what we would have regarded traditionally some of the heartland areas. And that is to do with economic opportunity. It's also to do with how we can make good, actually, what we have in theme 3 of the Cymraeg 2050 strategy, which focuses very much on those socio-economic aspects of sustaining Welsh language in these communities. But also, that strategy of having 1 million Welsh speakers is also based on the idea of networks and living communities of Welsh, not some artificial sustenance. And we do need to do more on that. But the commitment of the government is here, and we're open to the ideas of how we actually develop this and take this forward. Entrepreneurialism, well, undoubtedly, that is a way forward. Several contributors mentioned this from all parties. If you look at what we are currently doing, before we even decide let's do more new schemes, but if you look at what we're doing through the Youth Entrepreneurship Services, the Business Wales Startup Loans, over 18.5 million invested in over 2,000 startups in Wales, that's a business a day be encouraged to start up within Wales. Exactly in the sort of constituencies and the setups we are talking about. How do we actually do more of that? If you look at the Micro Business Loan Fund, which was launched in 2013 with £6 million, operated by the Development Bank of Wales, subsequently we've increased the size of that, tripled it to £18 million. Now that invests between £1,000 and £50,000 in start-up and micro businesses. And if you look at many of the communities we're talking about and the businesses that will stay in these communities, it's not putting the money into those who come and go. It's actually developing our own. When Meghan Markle turned up the other day and there was all the fuss over the jeans company that was hit the headlines and everybody's paying £350 for a pair of jeans, it's not me, I have to say. But that idea of growing our own businesses, we are putting the support in there now. And yes, we can always do more, but that support is there indeed. There were so many things that were covered. Lee, you mentioned about challenging orthodox thinking. I entirely agree, and that's part of what these debates are. And certainly in terms of precision agriculture, my own visits to agricultural colleges in Wales and in England showed the immense potential of that, including not only for better environmental farming, but also for jobs growth as well, and a different style of farming that is driven by technology on the farms as well. And we do need to do more on that. The foundational economy, if I can simply say on that, whilst I understand the criticism that you made of this, it's interesting that in the Pathways to Prosperity and the Economic Action Plan going forward, one of the areas that I have responsibility for, which is social care, that is bolted in there in a very heavy-duty way, and it's been welcomed by the care sector as it isn't a burden upon communities. It's actually one where, if we upskill the people who are working in it, from domiciliary care workers to people who work in care homes, all of that, then what we can do is actually grow the economy, and not just in parts of Wales, but in every single street, every single community, because everybody in Wales, whether you're somebody with learning disabilities, whether you're somebody who is older with dementia needs and so on, those care needs are right across the whole of Wales, and we can do more as long as we input the value into the people who work within that sector as well. So again, we can do more, but we're doing a lot on it already. If I can turn to some of the amendments, we note the motion by Plaid Cymru. We will have different ideas of how to take this forward. But I just want to point out and put it in respect of our amendment as well. The latest GVA figures in Wales show that we are now the fastest growing country in the UK. Our employment rate is continuing to grow. Yes, we need to make sure that those are the right jobs and are well-paid jobs as well, but the employment rate is continuing to grow. Our unemployment rate in Wales is now 5%. It's down from 8.9% in 2011. And I'm proud to say, actually, and I said this as an MP and I say it now as an Assembly member, that flagship employment programme, Jobs Growth Wales, has created over 29,000 job opportunities, 18,000 young people finding high-quality work and having the stepping stone to future opportunities as well. Affordable homes have been touched on within this debate. Absolutely right. We delivered on the commitment within this Welsh Government in the last term to develop 10,000 affordable homes. We're committed to going even further this time. How do we do it? We do it through my colleague here, Rebecca, launching the home ownership scheme through Help to Buy in Wales. We know that 75% of those using the scheme were first-time buyers. This is affordable homes. And I acknowledge, I have to say, in terms of the motion Plaid Cymru have put forward, I acknowledge that with this support, we have now put forward that funding for Arfor for over 2 years. It's established a Young Farmers Grant. It's established a grant for journalists seeking to set up their own businesses. And we're also supporting that development fund for undergraduate medical training in North Wales to the tune of 14 million over 2 years. We're open to those ideas. We will work with those ideas. There is no monopoly on any benches of good ideas, but we're already doing such a lot, and we're only scratching at the surface of what we're doing. If I can turn Oh, time has gone already. Could I turn very briefly to the amendment by UKIP, Presiding Officer? It covered a lot of non-devolved areas: immigration, income tax, national insurance, foreign aid, all UK government. Did also put up, once again, I think, the shibboleth of climate change. I would simply say climate change is one of those factors that is actually driving one of the other aspects of your amendment, which is migration and so on. It is a direct result on it, so we do need to tackle it. So finally, and to come back, I think, to sum up, I would urge colleagues in hearing what I think has been a very good debate, very wide-ranging, a lot of interesting contributions there. But I would urge colleagues, because of the work that is already set in place, and because of the fact that we're working and we've taken forward the suggestions on ADVAR and so on, to reject the motion as laid and Amendments 1 and 2, and instead support Government Amendment 3 in the name of Julie James. And let's actually deliver, and again, to reiterate the words of Jack Sargent here in this chamber today, a country that welcomes and celebrates young people right across Wales, wherever they are, wherever they live.
I call on Simon Thomas to reply to the debate.
Clywyd, and it wasn't a bad debate at the end of the day, was it? I think we did get some good ideas from all parts of the chamber. I agree. I would exclude one contribution from that, and I'll come to that in a second. But I do believe that we had some positive ideas for how we can strengthen our communities. Obviously, I do not, and we do not accept the amendments, but we certainly accept some of the ideas, because I think there's some good things there. Can I start, however, with the one that I don't agree with, as you might expect, the contribution from Michelle Brown. I just want to put on the record the Plaid Cymru does not have a contempt for small businesses or business in Wales. I mean, the work we do in supporting business, and particularly around business rates, and the Minister just referred to a flagship scheme, Jobs Growth Wales, which emerged from the coalition Plaid Cymru Labour government, and Ian Wyn-Jones as the Minister doing that coalition. So I don't think Plaid has any apologies as a party that supports business and entrepreneurship in Wales. And I also need to say this, that decarbonisation, which let's put aside climate change for a moment, is a massive opportunity for Wales. The growth we can have from decarbonisation in Wales and in the communities we are talking about, because that's where the natural resources are that can power some of this growth, whether it's a hydroelectric scheme in Arfon or whether it's marine energy in Pembrokeshire. I think we should go for it, because they are ideas that will really give us a technological leap here in Wales and build on what we have. So I don't accept that. And we don't need to debate foreign aid here. What we need to debate here is a fair funding formula for Wales. We're still stuck with the Barnett formula some 30 years after it was a temporary measure, and we hear from the Minister for Finance himself that we're £4 billion down to what we would have as a proper fair funding for Wales. So we don't need to go after the poorest in the world to look for fair funding for Wales. So I think that's a rejection in those. But the other ideas that I turned to Darren Miller, he was critical of us praising ourselves, and then he went to praise the UK government. I think they're Conservatives the last time I looked, but you know, I look for the day when Darren Miller can put down amendments to say what the Conservatives have achieved in budget agreements with any government in this place. When he does that, he can criticise us. Or if you insist, I'll give in.
You must have expected me to stand up at that point. And I understand what you're saying about wanting a long-term reform of the Barnett formula, and I think you'd have the support of most members on that. But you must accept that it's been under this UK Conservative government, working with the Labour Welsh government, we have at least got the fiscal framework, which is a start along that process, which we didn't have a few years ago.
The fiscal framework is an important mechanism, but it is not a policy decision around fair funding. It's simply a mechanism that could deliver fair funding, but needs a policy decision in Westminster to actually input into that. So I think I'd put that in its context. Darren Miller also talked about transport issues for young people. I agree completely with him in principle on that. Access to transport is the thing that affects the youngest and the oldest most in society, and we do need to address some of that. I won't talk about the UK government's own youth card and the website crashing yesterday when they tried to do something about young people's transport, but we'll listen to the spirit rather than the detail of what the Conservatives suggest. I think what encapsulates the debate to me was the contribution, that key thing that Leanne Wood said, at one sense, that it surely should be a matter of public policy and public interest that we retain as many of our young people as we can. No young person should leave Wales if they don't want to. Yes, of course, if they want to study elsewhere, work elsewhere, if they want to be a yo-yo like Hugh Avanca Davis and come and go as Will takes them, that's fine. But we should surely, and myself, yes, I know, I'm part of it as well, we should surely have the ability to really think about public policies retaining our young people in their communities, giving them that choice. Because at the moment, many young people, as Leanne Wood talked about, in our coalfield communities and in our rural and particularly isolated rural communities, they have no choice. They cannot exercise that democratic, that economic choice. They have no control over their future, in effect. And when you deprive young people of, in a second, if I may, when you deprive young people of the control over their future, then I think you take away from them that potential which I think Jack Sargent spoke very clearly about, and I welcome his contribution as well in putting young people and their potential as central to this debate. I will give it to the Minister.
Simon, thanks for giving way. And I actually agree with the thrust of what you were saying there. That those young people are going to be the driving force of our communities, but also our economy as well. But it gives me the opportunity just to highlight that 3 years after graduating, the proportion of Welsh graduates working in Wales isn't 55%, it is 70%. So, you know, we'd like it to be 80 or 90%, but it's higher than was indicated.
I'm grateful. I don't think I used that figure. I think it came from the Conservatives, so you put it on the record in that regard. Let me turn to some of the individual ideas that were put forward in the debate. Lee Waters, when he talked about the foundational economy, I agree with him completely. And I think when Reen talked about health and social care, that is an aspect of the foundational economy that we should be working with. It is one of the clearest ones that has been set out for that, and clearly to reflect a little bit about what the Minister's just said as well. You know, any kind of arrangement by which 3/4 of our young people studying medicine are leaving Wales when we have such a gap of at least 1,000 doctors and 5,000 nurses to have here in Wales, we need to address that. And any way that we look at the foundational economy needs to go with that. I don't disagree with Lee Waters about precision agriculture. What I would say to him is that I hope that he soon will be in opposition, and I mean that in many senses of the word, when he will be in a position to negotiate with the Plaid Cymru government and realise that when you're in opposition and you negotiate the money, but the detail is down to government. They're the operational specialists here. And his remarks, I think, were more directed to the Cabinet Secretary. What I would say to him is I know, and I've visited many farms in the hands of young people where that precision agriculture is taking place, or at least some ideas about it are taking place. Working with higher education institutions, working with IBAs, the best work there. He wants a strategic approach. I'd agree with him, but as I said, it's for his own government to bring some focus here. We bring the focus on the money, the government brings the focus on the delivery. That's the way opposition and government works. Clear was very clear around the realisation of the Diamond Review, and though we supported and were part of the Diamond Review, we now need to see the implementation of a key recommendation, which is how you attract young people back into Wales. He also mentioned the Llwybr project, which is one that I used to follow with great interest, and it's unfortunately lapsed. And we do need something like that to give us the intelligence then we can work around building young people in our communities, something that Leanne Wood also referred to when she talked about the resilience of young people and their ability to build our communities, and its key parts in that. I think I am being beaten for the clock. If I can just close with I think, a classic example, really, of the dilemma we're facing, because the Minister mentioned a particular gene company in West Wales, the Howitt genes, the old Height genes, whatever they pronounce it as, the old Howies, as were. I don't own a pair of their jeans, I can assure you. I'm not up there with Meghan Markle at all in that case. But look what happened there. That company came about after the closure of a factory that manufactured jeans that employed 400 people in Cardigan. Nearly 20 years ago now, that factory closed, 400 people put on a scrap heap. Now, some of them got some artisan jobs, going into a new company called Howie's and building up from that, and then into the Hewitt Jeans and so forth. Wonderful. We want to see that entrepreneurship, and we want to see it happening. But we also lost 400 jobs. A major part of the economy. It encapsulates, that example encapsulates completely what's positive and great about entrepreneurship and young people, but what is also weak and foundationally underperforming in the Welsh economy. We have to get the two. And some of this debate has been praising the one and ignoring the other, and vice versa. The two have to work together if we're going to have vibrant communities here in Wales.
A question.
The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? I will defer voting under this item until voting time. And that brings us to voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will proceed directly to the vote. And the first vote is on debate on a member's legislative proposal on estate management companies, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Heaven David. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 37, 11 abstentions, 1 against, and therefore the motion is agreed. The next vote is on the Plaid Cymru debate on young people and communities, and I call for a vote on the motion without amendment tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 7, 1 abstention, 41 against, and therefore the motion is not agreed. Amendment 1, and if Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2 and 3 will be deselected. I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Neil Hamilton. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 5, no abstentions, 44 against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is not agreed. Amendment 2, and if Amendment 2 is agreed, Amendment 3 will be deselected. I therefore call for a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 11, 5 abstentions, 33 against. Therefore, Amendment 2 is not agreed. I now call for a vote on Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 26, no abstentions, 23 against. Therefore, the amendment is agreed. I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 26, 7 abstentions, 16 against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. The next item is the short debate, or the short debates. And the first short debate to be presented by Llyr Griffith. If those who are leaving the chamber would do so quietly, and I will ask Llyr Griffith to speak to the topic that he has chosen. Llyr Griffith. Thank you very much, Llywydd, and it's my pleasure to introduce this short debate this afternoon on the topic of early language development, and I've agreed for Mark Isherwood to have some of my time so that he can make a contribution to the debate. And in the debate, I want to highlight how early language development is crucially important to the development of children in the early years, in preparing them for school, of course. Now, skills make a core contribution to a child's ability to deliver his or her potential in an educational sense, the social mobility of that child and life opportunities, and communication skills are crucially and fundamentally important in that regard, and they include not only expressive skills, our ability to get other people to understand us, but also the receptive skills, our ability to understand. Now, a minority of children do have a disability that will mean that they won't develop the expected language skills for their age, but most children can achieve that in having the right assistance and support. Now, research demonstrates that there's a strong link between poverty and delays in language development, and there is an ongoing gap between the language skills of those from the poorest background and their other peers. So encouraging early language development is crucially important to close that attainment gap and to improve the life chances of our poorest children. And it's very timely that we're discussing this issue today following publication of the Plan for the Early Years Workforce and Play by the Welsh Government, at last, if I may say so, because it was published in December, and you will recall that myself and others have been calling for its publication because it has been in draft form for around 2 years, I understand it. But it has now been published, and it's also timely in light of the announcement by the Cabinet Secretary for Education on the campaign There is Time to Talk, Listen and Play, and that was in January. Now, first of all, I want to present the evidence as to why this issue is so important.
There's strong evidence to underline the relationship between poverty and early language delay, with children from the most disadvantaged groups more likely to have weaker language skills than those in more advantaged groups. And that means language skills are a critical factor in the intergenerational cycles that can actually perpetuate poverty as poor communication skills are passed down from parent to child. Indeed, the statistics are quite frightening and, in fact, speak for themselves. Over half of the children in socially deprived areas may start school with impoverished speech, language and communication skills. And by the time that they're 3 years old, children from the poorest 20% of the population are nearly a year and a half behind a child in the highest income group in terms of language development. Now, let's just think about that. Already, by age 3 years old, children from the poorest 20% of the population are a year and a half behind. Now, 80% of teachers have reported that they often see children join their schools struggling to speak in full sentences. And I have no doubt that all of us here in this Assembly are united in our ambition to bring children out of poverty and to give them greater life chances. But so far, neither the Government nor this Assembly have found a way of properly achieving that ambition. Yet we do know, of course, that vocabulary at age 5 has been found to be the best predictor of whether children who experience social deprivation in childhood were actually able to buck the trend and escape poverty in later adult life. Compared to children who are normally developing language at 5, 5-year-olds who have normal non-verbal skills but a poor vocabulary are 1.5 times more likely to be poor readers or have mental health problems, and more than twice as likely to be unemployed by the time they reach 34 years of age. So children's poor speech, language and communication skills, therefore, have a profound impact on a wide range of outcomes, including behaviour, mental health, school readiness and employability. 6 out of 10 of the young people in the youth justice estate have communication difficulties, and 88% of long-term unemployed young men have speech, language and communication needs. We also know that without effective help, 1/3 of children with speech, language and communication difficulties will need treatment for mental health problems in adult life. Now, that's astonishing, and all of those statistics tell us the same story. By improving children's verbal skills at 5 years old, we could be greatly enhancing their life experiences and life chances, and further down the line, of course, freeing up our limited resources to tackle other issues in our society. Speech, language and communication needs are particularly prevalent in our most vulnerable children and young people, of course. Many looked after children have unidentified or unmet communication needs. Indeed, recent analysis found that 81% of children with behavioural problems had undetected speech, language and communications needs, with very little specialist provision in place to identify and support these needs. And given the importance of this issue, it's positive to see an increasing focus on children's speech, language and communication skills within early years policy in Wales. To date, we've seen a speech and language therapist being employed at every Flying Start team in Wales, which is an important step in the right direction. Part of the therapist's role is both to upskill the early years workforce in these areas and, of course, to improve parents' knowledge and skills to support children's early years early language development. Now, this relatively small investment in terms of the numbers of speech and language therapists employed is having a big impact on the outcomes of young children in Flying Start areas. In 2015, the Bridgend Flying Start speech and language therapists won an NHS award for their work in reducing language delay in 2- and 3-year-olds. They worked with Flying Start nurseries there to significantly reduce the number of children with delayed language skills. Out of 600 children screened on starting nursery, 73% were assessed as having significant language delay, which, as we know, would impact on future learning development. Now, after the interventions delivered by nursery staff, which were planned and supported by the Flying Start speech and language therapists, over 2/3 of the children with the worst language delay had improved. Now, that's over 400 children in Bridgend alone who have had their life chances significantly improved thanks to the intervention of the speech and language therapists. But Bridgend, of course, isn't an outlier. In Torfaen, over half of the children at 18 months of age were assessed as having significant language delay. But following the intervention, the children were screened again at 3 years old. 85% of children screened were assessed as having age-appropriate language skills, with only 8% recorded as having significant language delay. Now, these are genuine success stories, and we'll reap the rewards of these interventions in years to come. Sadly, however, the Flying Start speech and language therapy services are facing cuts, and therapists are increasingly worried about the future of such important support services for childcare practitioners and for parents. It's essential that such services are retained. In fact, given the limited geographical focus of Flying Start, and given that the majority of children living in poverty in Wales actually live outside of these defined areas, surely the aim must be for the Welsh Government to roll this service out to every part of Wales. So I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, when she responds to this debate, to at least commit to continuing to ensure funding for these existing valuable services, and given the importance of early language skills, maybe also to comment on her plans for how other young children living in poverty in Wales may be able to access the quality support that they need for good speech and early language development. And as well as ensuring the continued prioritisation of speech, language and communication within Flying Start and areas of social disadvantage, there's a need to ensure that all opportunities are exploited to make sure parents, carers and the wider workforce understand the importance of speech, language and communication, and that key public health messages around this area are shared effectively as well. Now, the strongest influence on the early language skills of young children are their parents and their carers. Poverty can strongly reduce parents' ability to respond to their child's early language needs and offer a home learning environment that enhances language skills in the early years. So supporting parents to foster a communication and language-rich home environment is fundamental to improving children's early speech, language and communication development. Now, positive steps have already been taken in Wales, as I mentioned. For example, as well, the recently launched Healthy Child Wales programme has a specific focus on speech and language development at the 15-month Health Visitor Family Health Review. The recent Time to Talk, Play and Listen campaign, which promotes oracy, is to be welcomed as well, as is the extra funding and support to schools in the next financial year through regional consortia to help improve the language skills of learners. However, the Take Time campaign has a primary focus on older children, and the evidence suggests that we must ensure a relentless focus on promoting these key messages across portfolios at the earliest stage possible to make the most impact. Beyond the home environment, there's strong evidence of the benefits of high-quality early education and childcare from the perspective of vocabulary and literacy development. Early years practitioners have a crucial role in supporting children's development. They share the early learning and skills that provide the foundation for school readiness and support good future progress through education and later life. The early years workforce is also vital in closing the language gap between children from high and lower income families, which begins in infancy, promoting social mobility, of course, and offering children the best start in life. It's welcome that the Early Years Childcare and Play Workforce Plan recognises the importance of early language development within the new childcare qualifications and details opportunities for practitioners to specialise in this area. It's also positive that speech and language therapists, as the experts in this area, have been involved in these developments. However, given the importance of the issue of early language development, we need to ensure that training is accompanied by appropriate ongoing professional development and governance as well. The Flying Start approach, where nursery settings are able to access speech and language therapy support, is a very helpful model in this regard. And looking beyond training, early language development needs to be mainstreamed considered as part of inspection regimes, for example, and outcome frameworks need to be adapted to reflect progress in speech, language and communications. In Northern Ireland, a strategic post has been created to ensure a cross-cutting approach to early language development across portfolios. And maybe the Cabinet Secretary could comment on how early language development is being prioritised across Welsh Government portfolios in her response. And what leadership is there in place to ensure the necessary focus and expertise on this key area here in Wales? And also, will the Cabinet Secretary commit to looking at learning from that strategic approach that we're seeing in Northern Ireland? So, in summary, there have been many positive developments with regards to supporting early language developments in Wales. However, as I've outlined, the profound consequences of not supporting children's early language skills and not identifying long-term or persistent speech, language and communication needs necessitate a broader cross-government response and a greater strategic leadership across Wales. It's vital that, as a nation, we do more to ensure that children develop strong language skills by the time they start school, and ensure this area has sufficient focus. Failure to do so will mean more of the same economic, health and social challenges in years to come. Success, though, will transform the prospects of tens of thousands of Welsh children, and with it, of course, the prospect of our future generations and of our nation. Diolch.
Diolch. Mark Isherwood.
Yeah. Well, having battled 17 years ago as a parent to secure speech and language therapy, I know how critical this is for young lives and life chances. We know over 8 years ago, when the Communities and Culture Committee here that did an inquiry into the Youth Justice Estate, that the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists told us then that a high proportion of people in the Youth Justice Estate had speech, language, communication needs. We understand that even today, 60% of them still have those communication, speech and language needs in the Youth Justice Estate. And yet we've seen the closure of Phasic Cymru, forced on its trustees by the Welsh Government's decision to end the Children and Families Delivery Grant and switch the funding elsewhere. This was the only charity representing families of children with speech, language and communication needs in Wales, supporting hundreds of families in North Wales alone over the last year, taking pressure off statutory services and improving lives. When I wrote to the Minister for Children and Social Care about this, he replied, "I can assure you that local health boards are committed to working in partnership with local education authorities to make sure schools continue to be able to provide support for these families." Well, yes, health boards and local authorities are often happy to work with the third sector, and they do generally try their best. But they don't offer the support strategies and impartial advice in people's homes that was provided by Phasic Cymru. I have to say this misguided Welsh Government approach is damaging lives and imposing additional unavoidable costs on public sector providers, when they should instead be asking these frontline change makers how they can help public services deliver more for less and ensure these young children have the life chances they need and deserve.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Education to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Acting Presiding Officer. I would like to begin by thanking Llŷr for bringing forward this important short debate today. Early language skills are indeed central to children's early years development, and these skills provide the springboard for school readiness and their ability to achieve their true potential and to give them a real chance in life. We know, as Llŷr has outlined today, that too often children living in poverty suffer to a greater extent from impoverished speech, language and communication skills, much more than their more affluent counterparts. It is absolutely fundamental, in my view, that children should be school-ready and to be able to fully benefit from the education that they receive. And to that end, Flying Start has made, I believe, a really positive contribution and continues to make progress. This programme has had a transforming impact on the lives of many thousands of young people since its inception. The programme contains 4 core elements, which include free quality childcare, parenting support, intensive health visitor support and support for speech, language and communication. Of course.
When you say people should be school ready, what I'm hearing from people in schools is that people are arriving at school without basic being able to read on any level, and many parents not communicating with children as they potentially would have because of new technology. It does help in many instances with reading, but often it doesn't. It mitigates against the development. What are you doing to try and encourage parents through various schemes to interact with their children before they get to school so that they can be school ready as you describe?
Well, as outlined by Llŷr earlier, and as I will outline later on, there are a number of parenting programmes, support toolkits, etc., that the Welsh Government make available. And an important part of that core offer of Flying Start is parenting support, so that parents are able to work with professionals to understand what they need to do as individuals to best support their children. Now, as you know, Flying Start targets some of the poorest, most disadvantaged communities across Wales, and the 2017 Qualitative Evaluation Report notes that parents who had accessed speech, language and communication support thought that it had indeed made a significant difference to their child's speech and language. They reported that their children were more talkative and learned and used new words and spoke more clearly, and it is in Welsh Government guidance to local authorities that all Flying Start programmes have access to speech and language therapists. So, to answer your question more directly, Bethan, to further support parents more widely, the Welsh Government's campaign, Parenting, Give It Time, supports the vital role that all parents play in supporting their children's development and in their speech, language and communication skills in particular. There is a speech and language parent pack on our website, and there are very helpful and interesting support materials available free of charge to parents, including a fact sheet on brain development, which explains to parents why it is so important. So rather than just saying you need to do this, actually giving those parents the explanation as to why they need to carry out these activities with their children. However, we know that parents aren't the only influence on a young child's life, and that's why Welsh Government has focused keenly on the quality of the early years workforce, as mentioned by Llŷr in his contribution in our 10-year plan. We want to attract the right people into the early years and childcare sector with the skills and behaviours needed to provide high-quality early education and care. And underpinning this ambition is the development of a new suite of qualifications for childcare and play practitioners, which will be introduced in September 2019. We have recognised the importance of early language development, which is why the new qualifications will include a career pathway and clear progression routes to specialise in this area within those suite of qualifications. Of course, this is the support that is offered in the very earliest years of a young child's life. Once they reach school age, there is a wide range of comprehensive and coherent support to make sure that all learners develop excellent language and communication skills, and it is a key part of my national mission for education in Wales. There is strong evidence that oracy is a vital building block for developing essential life skills, and importantly for me, a vital building block to ensure that all learners need if they're to go on to access the whole curriculum regardless of their background. The Welsh Government has developed the National Literacy and Numeracy Framework for 3 to 16-year-olds, where oracy is a strand within the literacy component, sharing equal status with reading and writing. The regional consortia are providing direct support to schools on literacy and numeracy, and to strengthen early language and communication provision across Wales, we have invested nearly £900,000 in the foundation phase oracy programme for 2017-2018. Indeed, Estin's annual report, published in January, notes that the provision for literacy has improved, and overall that this has had a positive impact on pupil standards. And at this point, I must mention the sterling work being done by the foundation phase practitioners and its approach to teaching and learning. It has been identified by practitioners as a significant strength of our current educational practice in Wales, and rightly so. All our evidence shows that where the foundation phase is being delivered well, it is raising the attainment of all of our children. And I'll say that again, all children, with improvements in overall school attendance, literacy, numeracy and, crucially, learner well-being. Evidence shows that for early years in particular, it is the quality of teaching that is so influential, and we need to ensure that we're raising the capability of those working in the foundation phase, which is fundamental to developing children's oracy skills. And this is therefore a key focus in the foundation phase action plan, which was published in November 2016. Building on this, and with the aim of inspiring young minds together, we're supporting the Foundation Phase Excellence Network to the tune of £1 million worth of Welsh Government funding. I had hoped to launch that network last Friday, but was defeated by the bad weather. So I am formally launching this at the end of the month, and the network will include representatives from the Education Service, schools and settings that deliver Foundation Phase, our regional consortia, higher education that brings a crucial research element to the network, and third sector organisations. They will all come together to share expertise, experience, knowledge and best practice. And we are pursuing an evidence-based approach to this on what works and what works well. And I'd like to say we're not starting from a terrible base. Llŷr, of course, takes a personal interest in all things North Wales, and I would urge him to visit Sandycroft Primary School that's in Flintshire, identified in Estyn as having a fantastic approach to developing these skills in their very, very youngest children. And we need to use the network to ensure that best practice that we see in settings like Sandycroft is made available across Wales. The Foundation Phase Excellence Network and its online platform will crucially support professional development. This goes to the very heart of our national mission, what we talked about earlier in terms of professional learning. I've said it in that debate earlier today, and I will say it again now. We are about raising standards, reducing the attainment gap and delivering an education service that is a source of national pride and public confidence, but it can only be as good as the people who are delivering that in classrooms and settings in front of our children. We do know, though, that after the quality of teaching, it is the home environment that is the single biggest factor in educational attainment, especially in the early years. And that's why, as a Welsh Government, we have placed so much emphasis on it in developing a suite of programmes across many portfolios. Parental engagement is hugely important and features very heavily in the Foundation Phase Oracy programme for 2017-18. Llŷr mentioned that in January this year, we launched a national media campaign, Take Time, Talk, Listen and Play, which encourages parents, carers and guardians to take time with their children. It encourages them to talk with them, to listen to them and to play. And if you read academic papers, you know that play is a crucial element in developing these skills. It's all about helping children to improve their language development. And the campaign provides practical tips to parents to help children, not just children who are already in formal education here, but actually the programme is designed to assist parents in the age group of 3 to 7, so in preparation of going into school. As we know, but most often it is practical tips that parents need if we're going to break down some of the intergenerational impact on poverty, as poor communication skills are indeed often passed on from generation to generation. Of course, since coming into office, I have doubled the amount of money going into the Early Years Pupil Development Grant. Again, this is additional support for our children that are entitled to free school meals at the earliest possible stage of their educational career. And we've been able to do that even though times are really, really difficult to find additional resources. But we recognise, just as you did, Llŷr, that investing early now in supporting those children educational experiences will be of huge benefit to them and to society later on in their life. There is also, Acting Presiding Officer, another dimension to this work that we are doing to address some of the factors that result in poor language and communication development early on. Our ambitious Additional Learning Needs Act will completely overhaul the system for supporting pupils with additional learning needs, including those with identified speech and language delay. I'm pleased to say that the Act establishes a new role. This is the Early Years ALN Lead Officer, specific to children under compulsory school age. Local authorities will be required to designate an individual to coordinate its functions in this area under the Act. This will mean that communication issues can be identified early and appropriate intervention put in place. And this, of course, could include referral to speech and language therapy. Importantly, this new role will help better link up schools, nurseries, local authorities and the NHS. Better linking up leads to more timely interventions for young people without the battle that I acknowledge that many parents from time to time face. I do not underestimate the scale of the task in terms of seeking to improve speech, language and communication skills of some of our most disadvantaged children. Indeed, only last week I was talking to educational professionals about Tier 2 vocabulary and the lack of Tier 2 vocabulary and how that may be hindering poorer children's ability to access examination papers at GCSE level. The actual ability to understand what is being asked of them in the question, to be able to have that enhanced vocabulary so they know how best to answer the question, rather than spotting a key concept and writing everything they know about that key concept because they don't truly understand what's being asked of them in the question. So this programme is part of our commitment to raising standards, later on in the educational journey of a young person. Clearly, you're not wrong. There is a human, social and economic cost to not getting it right. We know that the consequences of not supporting children's early language skills can lead to a range of negative outcomes later in life that you've outlined today. And that's why we have focused so many of our programmes and so much of our resources on tackling this issue. And as I said, despite the fact the budgets are strained, we're putting the funding into supporting these programmes. And I believe in doing so, we will transform the life chances of these children and help develop us as a nation.
Thank you very much. We now move to the second short debate. I call on Vicky Howells to talk about the subject that she has chosen.
Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer. For my short debate, I want to consider the problems caused by land banking. I will explore how the Welsh Government's proposals for a vacant land tax could tackle these, and I will use examples from my constituency to illustrate what may seem like elevated principles of land ownership and finance. I'll also be giving a minute of my time to David Meldon. What is land banking? Well, one definition of land banking is the practice of buying land as an investment, holding it for future use and making no specific plans for its development. The Cambridge Dictionary suggests the motivation behind this. Its definition describes land banking as a way of making a profit by buying land. It is then sold at a much higher price for development. A leading property development website notes that land banking is a strategy used by many professional property developers. Sites are banked so developers ensure they have a sufficient stock of land for future property developments. Stockpiling land in this way has helped many developers to make big profits in a rising market. On a smaller scale, brownfield sites and buildings in a dilapidated condition are held by other developers for the same purpose of speculative profit. Land banking can indeed be profitable to those individuals and companies who can afford it. But its wider impact on society is negative in the extreme. For a start, there is the basic principle of land that could be used for beneficial purposes being hoarded. For example, housing. We've had many well-rehearsed debates in this Assembly on the housing shortages we face as a nation. We know we may need as many as 12,000 new homes each year. The Welsh Government has allocated £1.3 billion over this Assembly term to support the delivery of 20,000 affordable homes. Social housing is increasing, although nowhere near fast enough to address demand. And land that is being banked is land that is not being used to meet this need. The Welsh Government has suggested that 25% of land identified in LDPs for housing actually has no activity taking place on it. The WLGA that nearly 11,000 homes across Wales that have been given planning permission are not being built. Figures from the Office of Fair Trading suggest 82% of land held by developers lacks planning permission. These are staggering figures, but moreover ones with very human consequences in terms of people living in inadequate or unsuitable housing, or even lacking a home altogether. Land banking can also prevent land being used for economic development, or for our public services, or for leisure or recreational opportunities. In addition, we must recognise the impact on the lives of those living alongside land-banked areas. This is particularly the case where we are referring to derelict brownfield sites that can be in a truly abysmal condition. I hosted an event for the Land Trust recently, and they explored some of the effects on a community of living next to these derelict urban sites where the owner simply cannot be bothered. Living next to a derelict site can affect well-being. It can cause mental and physical ill health. It can stimulate antisocial activities and nurture problem behaviour. In addition to being an eyesore, it can, at its most dramatic, fuel community breakdown. I have seen the impact of land banking first-hand in parts of the Cynon Valley, the constituency I grew up in and now represent. I'd like to quote one of my constituents living next to such a site. After 11 years of hell from a landowner next to my property, I am horrified to discover that there is no protection for those who have to endure endless problems that affect quality of life, health, damage to property, and the effect on the value of surrounding properties. To highlight the point I'm making, I would now like to show a brief film containing footage of 4 such sites in my constituency. My thanks to Clicks Photography of Aberdeen for their work in putting the film together. The first site, and in many ways the most prominent site, is the Furnace site. Located in Abercwmboi, this is spread over a huge 168 acres. The sharp-eyed amongst you may have noticed the football pitch on the right-hand side of the screen a few seconds in. I think that usefully shows the scale of the land that we're talking about. It's also literally in the heart of my constituency, a donut-like hole in the centre of Cynon. For 50 years until its closure and demolition in 1991, the Furnace site produced smokeless fuel in the form of briquettes. At its peak, it was producing over 1 million of these annually. Changes in consumption saw the closure of the Furnace site, but not before it had inflicted intolerable damage on the health of its workforce and neighbours and on the local environment. Yet reclamation works in the last decade mean it is now a key strategic site for RCT. Ambitious proposals for housing, recreational facilities and infrastructure have been discussed. But 27 years on, this privately owned site remains unused and unappreciated. The second site in the footage is the former Workmen's Hall and Institute in Abercynon. Belonging to the golden age of workmen's clubs, this was opened in 1905. Locally designed and constructed, its 4-storey frontage once towered over the local skyline. The building was demolished, like many of its era, after a fire in the 1990s. 2 decades later, its footprint remains at the centre of a network of Valley's terrace streets, as the video showed, yet owned by an absentee landlord who, unlike local residents, does not have to live next to this derelict site day after day, year after year. A similar situation is found in the third clip, where disused land also lies like a chalk outline at a crime scene. It is right in the centre of Mountain Ash, on Oxford Street, adjacent to the focal point statue of Gytwyneth Bran. A derelict eyesore building was pulled down there around a decade ago, but the disused site remains. The local authorities even had to install railings around the plot for safety reasons. However, the owner refuses to sell the site, despite appeals from RCT. The final site in my video was the former Aberdeen Hospital. This opened in 1917 and in due course treated thousands of patients each year. The old Hospital site was handed over for demolition in 2012, its services replaced by the state-of-the-art Ysbyty Cwm Cynan. Now, despite the land being allocated for housing in the LDP and bought by a developer who said they intended to use it as such, you may have noticed it is currently home to a flock of sheep, which I think is quite symbolic. I think these sites also highlight some of the problems caused by land banking that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to focus on the first site, the former furnace site, to illustrate this. Firstly, the site being kept in its present condition stops it being redeveloped. That means that 500 new homes cannot be built. This means that plans to develop land for economic purposes and to provide a new primary school cannot be pursued. This means the vision of new recreational facilities, including reclaimed lakes, cannot be realised. But the poor condition of the site is also having very real impacts on the well-being of the local community. I'm indebted to local ward councillor Tina Williams, who told me about some of these. There are public health issues from vermin. There are infrastructural challenges on back lanes. There are antisocial issues with fly tipping and trespassing on the site, all impacting on the well-being of local residents. Having sketched out some of the problems of land banking, I now want to turn to solutions. In Germany, the value of land is frozen after planning authorities specify an area for residential construction. Public or community land banks that acquire land at existing values can achieve similar outcomes. But I want to suggest today that the Welsh Government's proposals for a vacant land tax offer the solution that we need. This is incredibly exciting. These plans will firstly allow us to test our new tax-raising powers, to devise new, innovative, made-in-Wales taxes to develop the problems that our communities are facing. Not just to raise money, which will always be welcome to invest in our cherished public services, but to change behaviour and build a better Wales. And secondly, the vacant land tax should work to remedy exactly those problems I have described. As the Cabinet Secretary for Finance said, we can all of us imagine what it must be like to be left living somewhere where, all around you, buildings are not occupied, where fly tipping is taking place, and where there is no sense at all that the place you lived in is loved or has a positive future. Tackling urban dereliction, making it right for local communities, is something that this tax could achieve. Moreover, it would diminish the incentives to buy land for speculative purposes, making it more expensive to hoard, and encourage efficient land use instead. The Welsh Government's proposals are straightforward. Planning authorities would establish a register of vacant land. After a year's registration, a levy will apply. Collected annually by local planning authorities, it will be set as a percentage of the value of the site. The first-year levy will be 3%, rising to 7% in the second year. The scheme will be cost-neutral, and money left over will be channelled into regeneration, to addressing some of the issues that land banking has caused. Quite simply, the land tax will make it more expensive to hold on to land that has been identified as suitable for development. I know that the Welsh Government's position is that the definition of vacant land will be key to both the operation of the tax and achieving the policy effect. Efforts are being made to avoid unintended consequences, and further work will need to be undertaken to define vacant land in the Welsh context. Thought will also need to be given to those cases where barriers prevent developers taking forward their plans. I know the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has responded to this point in a previous plenary session. As he said, the vacant land tax will apply when no effort is being made to bring land into purposeful use. It will not be used to penalise people who are working hard to make use of the permissions that have been granted. At this point, although the Cabinet Secretary cannot be with us today, I want to pay tribute to his vision and that of his team in taking this forward. One of the strengths of the vacant land tax is that we would not be the first nation to use this as a solution. I know the example of the Republic of Ireland is often cited, though I do note comments from Fianna Fáil that the Irish rate should be doubled. We must make sure that any tax is set at the appropriate level to achieve the change we want. The UK Government has also spoken of going to war with land bankers, and there have been talks around use it or lose it powers in London specifically. With a powerful consensus emerging behind the idea of vacant land tax, it is clear that it could offer a workable solution to land banking, which would in turn meet our commitments on this area as set out in the 2016 Welsh Labour Manifesto and deliver benefits for the Cynon Valley and for communities across Wales.
Diolch yn fawr, David Melding.
Thank you very much, David Melding.
Vicky Howes had such an excellent use of the short debate. This is exactly what we should be discussing, and made more vivid still by that excellent film. This is a really important issue, Cabinet Secretary. There is a cross-party consensus. We need to build more, as Vicky outlined. And can I just say that I think there is a mood across the UK, and just to remind you that yesterday the Chancellor, in his spring statement, did report on Sir Oliver Letwin's work to look at the building rate in the housing market. And whilst Oliver Letwin has identified a range of issues, a web of commercial and industrial constraints, as he put it, including the availability of skilled labour, the limited availability of capital sometimes, and local transport infrastructure and other reasons, he did say none of these appears to be primary, and we have a really fundamental issue about land supply, and we need to take more control of this ourselves. Now, you know, a tax mechanism may be the way. I'm open to considerations. But, you know, when land is identified to be built on, it should be built quickly with a huge social need for housing. And as Vicky so ably demonstrated, it has a big impact on communities. I mean, 25, 30 years we'll be waiting in some of these sites when there could be wonderful family homes or range of homes in great sites in the Cynon Valley. And I really think we need action, and I do welcome the intention of the Welsh Government to act in this area.
Thank you. I call on the Leader of the House to reply to the debate.
I very much want to thank Vicky Howes for bringing this debate forward today, and for David Melding's contribution, with which I completely agree. Holding land for no reason other than to profit from rising land values is clearly unacceptable, given the shortage of good land for housing and a number of other beneficial uses members have pointed out. The debate today has highlighted some of the consequences of land which could be put to productive use being left idle. Not only does it deny us from realising the opportunity the land could fulfil to provide much needed housing or to contribute to economic prosperity, but it can, as Vicky's film ably demonstrated, further blight communities, contributing to antisocial behaviour as well as mental and physical ill health for those who live nearby. The problem we have debated today is not unique to Wales, as everyone's pointed out. This is an issue across the UK. And earlier this month, the Prime Minister announced changes to the English planning system in order to improve the supply of housing. The UK proposal stops short of additional specific mechanisms, but we'll be monitoring developments to take full account of any potential cross-border effects. And the Chancellor did actually elaborate a little yesterday on some of the things that he said as well. In Wales, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs is currently consulting on a revised draft of national planning policy, which aims to ensure viability and deliverability issues are more effectively incorporated into the beginning of the local development plan process, something which recent research has identified as a critical factor in sites coming forward for development. But we are also going further and looking at levers beyond planning policy to address this issue. The devolution of tax powers provides a real opportunity for us to think innovatively about how tax can be used to help us achieve our objectives for Wales. This can be through changing behaviours, raising revenue to invest in public services, or both. Taxation is an important lever, and it's right we now consider how to make the best use of our new powers over taxation. With the first Welsh taxes being collected from April, we've given a lot of time and consideration to ensuring these taxes meet the needs and priorities of Wales. As we develop our taxation system, we need to look beyond the opportunities this first devolved taxes provide. That is why last year the Cabinet Secretary for Finance started a conversation with the Welsh public about new taxes in Wales. Since beginning that conversation with the debate in this chamber, we've been encouraged by how widely the people of Wales have engaged and the number of new ideas for new taxes which have come forward. One of those ideas was a vacant land tax, and last month the Cabinet Secretary for Finance announced he would be taking forward this idea to test the Wales Act mechanism for devolving new taxes, and I know he's had a number of conversations with you, Vicky, about that as well. By increasing the cost of holding on to land which is suitable for development, a vacant land tax could help change the balance of incentives to encourage development. The purpose of a vacant land tax would be to drive behaviour change rather than to generate additional revenue. In seeking to bring forward development on vacant land, it is right we explore all the levers available to us, including tax. As Vicky pointed out, the Republic of Ireland has recently introduced a vacant sites levy to address the issues we also want to address in Wales, and provides a useful reference point for how a vacant land tax might work in Wales. Under this model, once an eligible site has been vacant for 1 year, it is registered by the relevant local authority. If no meaningful development is then undertaken within a further 12 months, the levy is applied and collected annually in respect of the previous year until development begins. In the case of the Republic, the vacant sites levy applies to land identified as suitable for development for housing and regeneration. In developing a vacant land tax for Wales, we will want to explore how it could help to deliver both housing and regeneration objectives. And indeed, Vicky, I think you mentioned leisure and tourism objectives as well, which we definitely want to look at. We are not looking to penalise those who are actively developing within the timescales of the normal process, nor those who are prevented from development by issues such as contamination. We are specifically looking to address the issue we have discussed today of landowners relying on the market to increase prices and cash in on the unearned increase in land value. To achieve our policy aims, we will need to carefully consider how such a tax would be set and structured, and we are working with stakeholders to design an approach to taxation which will de-incentivise the behaviours we don't want without intending unintended consequences. However, we can't consider introducing the vacant land tax without the powers first being transferred to the Assembly. The Wales Act process is, quite rightly, not quick or easy. And now the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has agreed with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, lots of secretaries here, how this process will work in practice. So he will be writing to the Financial Secretary to the Treasury to begin that process. Once competence for a vacant land tax has been devolved, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance will then continue to work with stakeholders to develop detailed policy proposals for scrutiny by this Assembly. Not all land banking behaviour relates to vacant sites. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance is embarking on a wider debate about land value tax and whether this way of raising revenue could be applied to existing property taxes in Wales, for example, local taxes. A number of other countries have experimented with local taxes based on some measure of land value, but the administrative implications have in the past prevented progress. I have to say that in my own constituency of Swansea, it's not often that the land is actually vacant, but it's occupied by buildings which have been allowed to decay past the point of renovation and are absolute eyesores and have all of the same problems as actual vacant land, but have a number of other issues. So we have a large number of private investors who've invested in old and sometimes historic buildings who then just sit on them. And one such is right in the middle of Swansea city centre and has been for a number of years completely derelict with all stuff growing out of it. And the investor refuses to sell on the basis that eventually it will gain value. So, I mean, I have a particular constituency interest in seeing how we can extend that into bringing derelict buildings back into beneficial use as well. So over the course of the Assembly, the Cabinet Secretary of Finance is going to test the feasibility of a land value tax as a potential replacement for non-domestic rates. The Cabinet Secretary will look to publish an assessment of this to inform the wider debate ahead of and beyond the next Assembly. And it is, as David Melding said, debates such as this that really get these ideas out onto the floor where we can really have a look at them well.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, and that brings today's proceedings to a close.